Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda as presented.
A second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
I wanted to make a point. I wanted to make a motion to add a discussion with DAE about the move and confer model.
Second.
It's, so we already have a motion on the floor. So, that was in the discussion point. We need to vote on our motion unless we want to have an amendment to the motion.
I welcome a friendly amendment. I wondered where you wanted to add that item. Ms. Chavez?
Um, I th- I think we could move it to after operation services, or we can move it right before. I don't know if people have thoughts. Either way.
Yeah, after, like, as item 5C, does that work?
Yeah, I guess it's not operations services, but, or maybe it is.
I think it is today. It feels-
Okay, then C,
yeah.
yes.
I welcome that amendment.
Right. We had amendment to the motion. Do you want to restate your motion, Ms. Byer?
Yeah, I would move approval of the agenda with the addition of a new item, item 5C, a discussion of something and confer, sorry. Meet and confer, thank you.
So it's been moved by Ms. Byer. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. The agenda passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a closed session. Is there a board member that has a motion so we can move into closed session?
Move that we're moving to closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. I do want to answer your question, but I'm happy to answer it over here. Thank you. Thank you for that. We do still have a closed session on our agenda that also includes confidential personnel matters and consulting with our attorney. So that's been moved and it's been seconded. We voted. We're now going to move into closed session. All right, good afternoon. We are now back in open session. The next item on our agenda is the compensation study discussion. I'll pass it over to you, Dr. Mabinga, and your team for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Dr. Lassane and Ms. Ojijo. They will take over. Thank you.
Good evening. Dr. Mbenga, Chair Umstead, members of the board. Tonight, we share with you compensation study implementation options. We know the past few weeks have been challenging. We have had the pleasure in human resources of meeting with numerous employees to discuss their individual situations. And we know our employees are anxiously awaiting a fair and equitable resolution that not only ensures a livable wage in Durham, but also a compensation structure that honors our employees. Before we outline the options, let's first review actions that have been taken to date. With our fund balance,
Dr. Lassane, can I pause you 1 second? Actually, let's go ahead and do this, and then we're gonna take a pause before we open up to comment. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I apologize.
thank you. We know that recent actions of the Board of Education have involved the use of fund balance. Fund balance is simply our savings account. General statute stipulates there is no requirement to maintain a minimum fund balance. However, best practices indicate that school districts often strive to maintain a minimum of 8% or enough funds to cover 1 month of operating expenses. Based on our current annual operating expenses from local funds, it is recommended that DPS maintain a fund balance of $12.7 million. In an effort to support our commitment to employees, the board voted in January to transfer money from fund balance to mitigate the impact of the compensation study implementation to employees. With the transfer of $4.5 million from fund balance to cover classified salaries from July 2023 through January 2024, our fund balance is reduced to an estimated almost $11 million to $6.4 million, which constitutes about 1/2 of our recommended amount. Tonight, we present to the Board of Education compensation options aligned to the current budget earmarked for classified employee compensation. One is the currently adopted Hill recommendations based on state years of experience. In lieu of the Hill study recommendations, a second option would provide an 11% increase to the prior 2022-23 salary schedule. As we look at option 1, it is to implement the Hill compensation study recommendation to credit classified employees for state experience only. This monthly compensation is based on the January 2024 email that was sent to classified employees and is captured in what is known as the green column in that letter. Specifically, this option includes at least a 4% increase for every classified employee from their 2022-2023 final compensation. Funding for this option is available in the 2023-24 fiscal year budget. The total cost of classified salaries with this option would be approximately $91.2 million. As we look closer at option 2, it would eliminate the Hill study recommendations and restore the 2022-2023 classified salary schedules with an across-the-board increase of 11%, maintaining verified public and private experience at a ratio of 1:1. The 11% increase is comprised of 4% from the state and 7% from local funding. This option would eliminate salary grade changes, and some employees would receive less compensation than what they were quoted in the January letter. Funding for this option is available for the 2023-24 fiscal year budget, and the total cost of classified salaries with this option would be approximately $90.1 million. There were other scenarios considered based on adjusting the HEAL recommendations. One scenario reviewed maintaining the scales and adding an award of one for every 3 years for external non-state state of North Carolina experience. Implementing this option would require an additional $680,000 to implement for the remainder of 2023-24 and would require an additional $1.63 million to sustain next year. And the total cost would be just under $94.5 million to cover these salaries annually. Scenario 2 would have awarded 1 year for every 2 years of non-state of North Carolina external experience. Implementing this option would require an additional $1.29 million for the rest of the 2023-24 school year, and would also require an additional $3.09 million to sustain next year. The total cost to cover salaries under this option is just over $94.5 million annually. The final scenario involved considering the October compensation, incorporating the HEAL recommendations with the addition of recognizing years of non-state of North Carolina experience at a rate of 1-to-1. Implementing this option would require an additional $3.02 million for the remainder of the 2023-24 school year, and would require an additional $7.3 million to sustain next year. This option or scenario would cost over $99 million annually. Sierra Ojijo, our acting finance officer, and are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Lassane and Ms. Ojijo, for that presentation. I do just want to make a statement before we get into the discussion. The board, we also structured the meeting today to have the presentation first and then allow time for public comment so that people could understand what we're wrestling with. And then we will come back to this same presentation to make a decision, or we will consider this item on our agenda. I do just want to read a brief statement before we get started. I want to thank everyone for being here today. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen how much our community values our public schools. So many of our valued employees have been through a really stressful and challenging times. Our families have been worried about if their children will be able to get to school on time. And our employees have also been concerned about being able to pay their rent. That's not easy. And the anxiety that folks have carried for the last 3 weeks is real. It's palatable. We feel it in this room. This has been hard for all of us, especially the folks who it's impacted and our whole Durham community. As we get started today, we've got some more information that we want to consider about how we'll move forward. Our decision on what we consider today regarding salaries must meet the test of affordability and equity. Here are some of the important details that we've learned that will help us as we think through today. The consultant's salary schedule for classified employees, if applied for the full year, counting all years of experience, would cost approximately $20 million. On an annual basis, That is 9 million more than what was funded in DPS's 2023-2024 district budget. I'll read that one more time. On an annual basis, that's 9 million more than what was funded in the district's budget for 2023-2024. As you all know, the board approved our classified employees keeping pay that they received from July through January. That was fair. We believe it was the right thing to do. To pay for those unbudgeted raises, we allocated more than $4.5 million from our school district's fund balance. The fund balance is our safety net. It's like our savings account. The minimum recommended fund balance amount is $12.7 million. That's 1 month of our estimated operating expenses. Currently, right now, we have a projected fund balance of $6.4 million. So we know that continuing the pay raises that were paid to our classified employees from July through January is not sustainable financially for our district. We also now know that many of the raises were very large. And here are a few examples of what happened when we applied the consultant salary schedule as it was originally done. More than 500 of our employees were placed on new salaries, more than 25% over last year's pay from 22-23. More than 500 employees were placed on that schedule. More than 25 employees will receive salary raises increases of more than 40% from the previous year. One class of employees received raises varying from 13 to 57%, and another class received raises of 29%. Just think about a little context, and we know the state has underfunded public schools, but they also provided raises of 4% and 3% for classified staff workers. In a lot of cases, there's wide disparities between the raises given to one employee and another in the consultant salary schedule as applied, and that will require more study. Let me emphasize a point. We're not saying that our employees are not worth the raise. We know, we know that your hard work is what makes our school system run. You're the heartbeat of our public schools, and we know that our schools can't function without you. We do know that any option we consider today has to provide a raise to our classified staff members. It's a must. We are also saying we need to figure out how we can choose an option that we cannot choose an option that's unsustainable and that would deplete all of our school system's funds. The board asked the administration to bring back options on how to provide our classified staff with pay increases over the amounts paid in 2022, the 2023 year. And we asked for them to be fair and within the school system's current financial resources. That's how we got to our presentation today. I want to open us up now for public comment after providing a little context of how we got here. So I'm going to read the rules for public comment. Here, give me a second. Quick review of the rules. Please state your name. And if you're speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, we ask speakers to present their comments in a specified time. We're going to do 1 minute today. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 30 seconds left to wind up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we're very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to the public school system, safety of our students, or to the operations. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage with speakers. The first person, and I apologize you all if I mispronounce your name, please correct me when you come up to the podium, is Chandria Myers. They have 1 minute. Chandria Myers, followed by Connie Hand. The next speaker will be Tammy Phillips. So we'll start with Chandria Myers.
My name is Chandra Myers. I want to give my minute to Miss Connie here.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
My name is Chandra Myers, and I want to give my minute to Miss Connie.
Okay, so you want to cede your minute? Okay, thank you.
I'm Connie Hand, and I'm going to give my minutes to Tammy Phillips.
Okay. And so that can happen twice according to our policy. So Ms. Phillips?
Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Mabenga, members of the board. First and foremost, I do not deliver these comments with anger or hate, but with passion and respect. The media continues to report a mistake or an overpayment in pay was made to employees. Let's get that straight with the media. There was no mistake. A mistake is when something occurs unknowingly. However, this is no mistake. Hundreds of employees received emails between 10/23 and 10/30 of this year, giving details on what their new salaries would be, which had comparisons of their old and new salaries and even had a video explaining how their salary was impacted. This was a known, discussed, conscious, thought out process with a decision that took years to make. So how can that be a mistake? This was an earned and anticipated raise for employees, not an overpayment or mistake as reported. My coworkers and I are told daily to make it work, get it done, do what you have to do, fix it. With disregard to how we are to make this happen, teachers, IAs, PTs are without supplies or tools needed to educate our babies. Maintenance workers are told to build ramps, paint classrooms, offices without supplies, mechanics to repair buses without parts. Some departments are working out of the office trailers that were meant to be temporary, but 20 plus years later, they have floors falling apart, mold growing in the bathrooms and the ventilation. Mechanics who earn only $23,000 a year are tasked with ensuring buses are safe to transport our students. We put dedication to our jobs in front of our health and our families every day. We work hard and deserve the salary study raises you promised, implemented, and we received in October. And without loss of years of experience you asked for. The most underpaid employees are being targeted by a conscious decision you are about to make. I feel it is unfair to place our employees in a position to choose an option that is only in the best interest of you. All in this room are held accountable for our decisions and actions daily. We are asked to squeeze blood out of a turnip every single day and to make things work. There is no such thing as saying, I can't do it. So I ask you the same. Hold yourself accountable. Squeeze that turnip. Make it work. Get it done. Do what you have to do. Do the right thing, Dr. Mabenga. Stop saying you can't. Fix it. Give us our raises and the experience we work so hard for. And I appreciate you. Thank you for allowing me to speak this time.
Next, we have Barbara Tapper, Katie Magano, followed by Jessica Boiter. So Barbara Tapper, Katie Magano, followed by Jessica Boiter.
Good evening. I'm a little bit around the board tonight, around the page. I have a few different statements to make that are sort of related but unrelated. First, this is from parents that I've talked to. And it's a quote, your board is using your own attorney, Farrington and Smith, to investigate rather than an independent forensic accounting firm. Where is the transparency in that? If you want qualified employees at Durham Public Schools, you must reinstate all previous verified years of service, that the Hill salary schedule was written, policy with DAE formal participation. Transparency in another budget issue. I'm a physical therapist and we're a revenue producing department. How much money does PT and OT bring into the district and where do those funds go? I want to say happy birthday, Mike Ellis. And you must restore the HIL one-to-one compensation study. You seem shocked that this study did.
Ms. Tapper, thank you.
My name is Katie McConnell. Last Friday, I accompanied my treasured IA to her appointment with HR. She gave her my permission to sit in on the meeting. We were told by her HR representative that I was not allowed to attend. We were told, it's just not my policy. If I changed my policy for you, I'd have to change it for everyone. I don't even allow spouses. I stood quietly and respectfully despite the injustice because I was in the Fuller building and there I work for you. Behind this podium, you work for me. I am a mother of 2 students of DPS and a resident of this county. When the masses are demanding transparency without mentioning names, it is insane that this policy is being practiced by district leaders in HR. This is not your kingdom, it's my children's. Denying the people I entrust with them every single day the autonomy over who can sit by their side during a financial crisis of your creation is unacceptable. And now that it is exposed, it stops today.
Thank you. We have Jessica Boiter, followed by Greg Schuland and Molly Bagby.
I'm Jessica Boyder. I cede my time to Greg Stivlin.
I'm Greg Stivland, and I'm going to cede my time to Molly Bagby.
Good afternoon. My name's Molly Bagby. I'm a DPS occupational therapist, and I'm the mother of 2 DPS students and a resident of Durham. I have a 7th grader, Keely, at Rogers Her, and a 5th grader at Pearsontown. I've been an OT for 14 years and was reduced to step 8 in January. I'm coming to you today with 3 concerns and 3 requests. The first, the 2 options proposed by DPS administration to address the classified pay situation will not result in the ability to recruit and retain exemplary staff, priority number 3. These 2 options, whether intentional or not, will divide more experienced classified staff against newer to mid-range staff. They're not sufficient and further disrespect and demoralize our workforce. Other options must be considered. Second, occupational therapy is a second career for me. In my first career, I was an internal control and IT systems auditor for PricewaterhouseCoopers. In those 6 years that I worked for the public accounting firm, I was a member of audit teams for many clients, including the U.S. Department of Labor. I'm deeply concerned to hear that the law firm currently engaged by the board for legal matters was the entity selected to independently investigate this debacle. This investigation should be conducted by a truly independent financial entity, such as an independent accounting firm who does your financial statements. Accounting firms have strict and enforceable independence rules to prevent conflicts of interest. Using the board's law firm to investigate what went wrong is a clear conflict of interest and undermines any attempt to rebuild trust. Transparency is essential for any hope of rebuilding trust. Third, I'm gravely concerned about the ability of the current superintendent and his cabinet. Dr. Mabenga began speaking at both the EC sit-in and the first town hall by asking why people are so mad when they still got at least a 4% raise from 22-23. The classified pay study was conducted because it was necessary to determine fair and competitive raises. That study resulted in significant raises in order to protect equity and recruit and retain staff. People deserve to be mad that DPS took away the salaries that made DPS a competitive employer. Dr. Lassane met with the OTs as a group and sincerely promised we would get significant raises to make us competitive with other districts nearby. The video we got that's already been mentioned, we were ensured DPS was not implementing the Hill study recommendations to use only one-to-one state experience. We felt like we were finally making what we were worth, and then DPS realized they couldn't afford us. Furthermore, principals were tasked with communicating this policy change with regard to steps, with almost no notice and only partial information. That further erodes my trust in this administration. Multiple colleagues were told during their one-on-one sessions with HR that this was the quickest way to fix a bleeding budget. This is why people feel disrespected, distrustful, and hurt by what happened. Are classified staff nothing more than a line in the budget? I close with 3 requests. Restore the steps and salaries promised in October. 2, conduct a truly independent investigation with the help of an independent firm. And 3, give DAE a seat at the table. Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Riley, Heidi Jo Hetland, and John Strober. I just want to remind us that we do want to refrain from having complaints about named staff, students, and/or parents.
I cede my time to Heidi.
My name is Heidi Jo Hetland, and I'm a physical therapist at Durham Schools. I've only been here 1 year, 1.5 years. I have 33 years of experience. I am now at a step 1. I'm a resident of Durham, and I have 2 children who are in or have graduated from Durham Public Schools. I came here today to hear 3 new salary schedules and proposals, hoping to see options that would respect the DPS classified staff, and that is not what has happened. You have not even presented us with 2 options. What you consider to be one option clearly is not a viable option, as demonstrated by the closure of 12 schools this past Wednesday. The only option presented restores our steps but does not pay competitive market wages. This option requires the staff who receive larger, well-deserved competitive raises to sacrifice for the group as a whole. Shame on you for trying to cause division and resentment within our own departments. The board has presented 3 non-viable options that are outside of your budget, and many of your classified workers have been underpaid for years. They do without, they pinch pennies, they work an extra job or 2 or maybe even 3 to make ends to meet, to take care of their families, and it is time for DPS to do the same. Re-examine the budget. Do not tell us paying the wages you promised in October is outside of your budget. Find the money, move money around, do out high-dollar things such as convocations. Find money by cleaning house, starting with the superintendent and the head of resources. Human resource, trim excess, such as dozens of high-paid positions in administration. Shame on you for wasting my tax dollar money, for wasting our time here today with this one insulting, unacceptable option. Shame on you for continuing to erode the morale of classified staff and our mental, emotional, and even our physical health. Find the money.
I am John Strobel, and though you haven't announced her yet, I am ceding my time to Christy.
I am Christy Clem. I'm a physical therapist. I'm speaking on behalf of OTs, PTs, and transportation. I'm also speaking for multiple other departments where those employees have said their supervisors, principals, and directors have said, don't speak, stay quiet, don't make a scene. There's some that have even threatened to write up employees if they're making a scene and speaking out. Are y'all really okay with management by intimidation? So I'm here for all classified, all certified, all students. What's happening is despicable. The proposed salary options are bad for all current employees. It's already been said, morale, resentment, retention, none of that's it's all going down the drain quickly. Resentment within departments is only going to increase. You're asking us to pick between 2 options of, do I want to take care of myself, look out for my family, my retirement, my future, and screw my colleague? Or do I want to, let's give them a pitiful little something, a little bit more than the state mandated, and sacrifice my own future? If you're going to talk about we didn't realize somebody got a 57% raise or a 30% raise, that is not on us, that is on y'all. And the option of let's give you a flat 11% across the board, it's going to keep everybody under fair wages for what we do. It's going to have people leaving like crazy. We're already short-staffed. In EC, there's classes and positions that have been empty for years. You're going to have classrooms with no students. Are y'all going to come sit in those classrooms? Are we going to put them all together? Let's put all pre-K in this one room. Maybe we can get enough staff to take care of it then. Reinstate the years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Follow the Hill study. Give a formal written policy for a seat at the table.
Thank you. Next, we have Cheryl Cathy, followed by Sean Thompson and Morgan Carney Thompson.
I apologize. I feel like I'm coming up here and being redundant. We clearly share a lot of the same thoughts right now. Option 1, is it really an option? It's caused chaos. It's caused retention and it's going to cause hiring difficulties. Option 2, had it been done in the first place, we may have been placated, but not market value. You gave us market value and then you revoked it from some of us. We have between 4 and 50% raises. Option 1 and 2 do not leverage the Hill study. Although not budgeted for, the scenarios, although not budgeted for, they offer financial gain for all market value while limiting discord. Find the money. Financial stewardship is not possible in light of the district missteps, especially when it falls on the shoulders of those who are being mistreated.
My name's Sean Thompson. I cede my time to Morgan Carney.
My name is Morgan Carney Thompson. A few years ago, I had the privilege of teaching some incredible STEM scholars at Brogden Middle School. Currently, I support student teachers who are working in classrooms around DPS every single day. The public slides for option 1 presented today state, implement Hill compensation study recommendation to credit classified employees for state experience only. This is not what the Hill study recommended. I do not understand why administration is framing option 1, the option that they tried to quietly switch to back in January, as Hill recommended only giving step credit for state experience. Our hands are tied. We're just trying to do what the outside consulting group recommended. That is blatantly false. I reviewed the 39-page report and rewatched the January 12th board meeting. Both verbally and through their written report, Hill publicly recommended giving employees credit for verified experience in the private sector and recommended that DPS create a clear and transparent plan to do so. They also recommended not removing anyone's current years of experience. I want to ensure that we are all on the same page about our language. The language that administration has repeatedly used is that this is an issue of employees being overpaid. That is also false. We can call this a budget error. We can call this a financial mix-up. We can call this a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad policy change. But this is not an overpayment issue. If the board chooses any option other than find the money to continue paying staff what they were promised in October for the rest of the contracted school year, then many of our classified staff will be underpaid from February through June compared to what they were promised. Pay your staff what they were promised. Do not take away experience steps. Listen to your staff and give them a seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Mary Prince, Mike Ellis, followed by Michelle Burton. Mary Prince, Mike Ellis, followed by Michelle Burton.
I'm Mary Prince, and I'm giving my time to Mike Ellis.
Good afternoon. First of all, I took the day off and I'm on a vacation day up here fighting for these people in this room. With my money. Anyway, y'all took my steps. I was a step 44. I'm down to a step 7. I got a 4% raise from the state. And you guys here on the panel, whoever, have not gave me a red penny from DPS's salary in the last 8 years. Where's the damn money? I'm sick and tired of hearing all this. I've done my math. Y'all got 7, you got 4 executives I hear it's going to be over us. I've done the math. There's 4 executives in our shop getting paid big money, and they got 7.1 workers under them. How many directors do we need to tell grown men what to do every day? So I suggest y'all do the math and get our money.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michelle Burton. I'm an elementary school librarian, and I'm former DAE president. Simone Cadu is now the president. We believe in our union to step back when others step up. But the reason I'm here today is because I want to speak about DAE having a seat at the table. I think that's important. I had a long conversation with my colleague today in IA, and it was they're angry, they're mad.
There is no amount of rationalizing or saying, the policy wonkiness or explaining budgets, anything. They are mad. The way she explained it to me, she felt like when the email came, that her life was being taken away. Her livelihood was being taken away. She felt disrespected, hurt, things like that. So I think that it's important that DAE, our workers, have a seat at the table to understand these budgets and constraints.
Thank you,
Okay?
Ms. Burton.
Thank you.
Next, we have Donna Ham, followed by Simone Cadu and Kristen Southworth. Donna Ham, Simone Cadu, Kristen Southworth.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Ham, and I'm the manager of the Records Department for Durham Public Schools. We are in charge of all student records that's past, present, and future. I've sat on the sidelines for too long now. No more. I'm not sitting down anymore. I came to DPS in 2008 with 24 years of outside experience. And that 24 years enabled me to get my job. It was valued, and now it's nothing. I've gone from a 39 to a 15. I'm a senior. I don't have any more years to give. I can walk out that door right now. I'm already drawing Social Security, but that's not me. I wanted to give to Durham Public Schools a couple more years. I made a commitment to OSA and to Dr. Pittman. And so
Thank you, Ms. Ham.
I have some signatures to leave with you.
You can leave it on that table right there and we'll make sure you get them. Or you can give it to the gentleman at the other table. He'll make sure we get them. All right, next we have Simone Cadu, followed by Kristen Southworth and Tiffany Smiley.
My name is Simone Cadu. I am the Public School Union President, and I stand here concerned that the two pay options brought forward today for a vote were unveiled Wednesday evening. This timeline did not give DPS workers the chance to provide input and feedback and does not guarantee our classified coworkers will remain in this district, which at the end of the day hurts our students. By revoking years of experience and cutting pay, district administration destroyed any trust they had with workers. As such, we cannot trust the district to make a decision that is in the best interest of our staff and our students before we have a formal seat at the table. Our demands continue to be that today all steps are restored and no pay cuts are implemented, and that DPS staff, through their union, have a seat at the table via a meet and confer policy. This would allow us to see the financial records of the district and would mandate regular meetings. I want to be clear, DPS staff are unwilling to put up with more disrespect. If demands are not met, no unilateral pay cuts, no restoration of steps, and a meet and confer policy, worker protests are likely to continue. Happy birthday, Mike.
All right, Kristen Southworth, followed by Tiffany Smiley, and then Chelsea Rhodes Heiser.
Okay. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Kristen Southworth, and I'm here today representing myself as an EC parent of 2 DPS students. I ask you to go back to where we were a year ago when there were 100 EC vacancies alone. And this compensation study was one way to meet of recruiting and retaining our best professionals with pay increases that provided living and competitive wages equal to the county employees. What is your plan now for retaining and recruiting staff to fill our schools? I'm concerned that the options before you today will only leave us with more staff vacancies harming students. The 2 plans that you have set before you are set to divide employees by rewarding one group to harm another. That does not foster the trust that you say you are wanting to rebuild. Budgets can be changed, adjustments can be made, and money can be found. I'm not saying it will be easy. It will require a great deal of hard work negotiating, prioritizing, and building partnerships with this community. Show our DPS.
Thank you, Ms. Southworth.
Tiffany, I'll cede my time to Chelsea.
Hello, board. I am speaking on behalf of the school nurses of DPS, but also speaking on behalf of professionals that are sitting on your classified pay scale. I want you to understand that the nature of roles for professionals, I'm talking about OTs, PTs, who have a doctorate, by the way, nurses, require clinical experience outside of the school system. By the nature of our jobs, we have to get that experience in a clinical environment, and we can't get it in a school system. So choosing to strip it away from us for not being employed in the school system doesn't even make sense for us. So let's focus on nursing. I'm really concerned that we have a crisis on our hands. As it stands right now, option 1 leaves us without credit for the experience that we have in the clinical areas. But option 2 is an additional decrease in pay for many of us from option 1. You really, really need nurses to stay. We are the only healthcare professionals in the building with your students and staff every day. We have an autonomous role. It is vital to have a nurse there that has experience because we have to plan for emergencies and we have to react with clinical expertise. We have a myriad of demands on us already. We have to manage acute problems along with chronic health conditions that continue to increase as our kids come in. We are currently having a safety crisis in that we are training non-medical people, your teachers, your IAs, to do medical procedures in the school because we are so sorely lacking nurses. You need experienced nurses, and we need a plan to keep them in the county. Right now, I'm begging for you to be creative about how you do that. We are the nurses that served this community during COVID in the hospitals. We are the nurses, the 8 nurses that opened the 54 schools in this district during COVID for you. We need you to take a chance to look at what we need to make in order to stay employed in the school system. I'm a DPS parent of a child with an IEP. I want us staffed, fully staffed by professionals that are highly qualified. In conclusion, I'm pleading with you to consider how these options affect professionals on your pay scale.
Thank you.
Do those options make
Thank
sense
you.
for us?
The next. Next we have Amy Bass, Ivy Staten, and Jeff Staten. Amy Bass, Ivy Staten, Jeff Staten. I'm sorry, Amy Bass. I probably said that.
I'm Amy Bass. I'd like to cede my time to Ms. Staten.
I'm Ivy Jo Staten. I cede my time to Jeff Staten.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Staten, and I'm the security specialist for Durham Public Schools. I've been employed here for 17 years. Due to the reduction in steps, I went from a 34 to a 16. I want to explain why neither option 1 nor 2 is acceptable and will not stop the walkouts if they are accepted. Problem with option 1, it eliminates non-state previous years of experience, the same experience you required us to get hired. It also locks us in the new step as we do not get annual step raises here. So if we're at a 16 now, we'll be at a 16 10 years from now. Our Board of Education strives hard to make DPS a place of equity and equality for students and staff. Option 1 destroys that environment. Problem with option 2, if you take the salary adjustment away, we will never get it back. In the last 15 years, we've only received 3% increase raises that increase our annual salary and moves forward to contribute to our retirement. In the last 15 years, we've only received an 8.5% raise over those years. History shows that we would need to work 30 more years from today to receive the fair compensation and equal pay that the composition study clearly shows we deserve. Think about that for a minute. How old will you be in 30 years? In 2054, we will finally get paid for what we were worth in 2024. Let that sink in. The miscalculation of funds is needed is not our fault. It's a miscalculation between our HR department and our finance department. Their error does not devalue our worth. Here are 2 options that we would like you to consider. The best solution would be meet with the county commissioners and ask them for whatever additional financial assistance to keep our compensation at the level the Hill study had valued it at, and that we keep getting paid for this since July. Dr. Mabinga and the board, it is your duty to go to the county commissioners on our behalf. That's what we pay you to do. Option 2, if the county commissioners deny the needed additional funds, we keep the HEAL compensation plan, and DPS pays 1 year for 2 years of non-state experience until June, which gets us through this budget year. And then in July, with the new budget, we go back to the HEAL study where we get 1-for-1 for our experience. These options will allow DPS to hire qualified staff moving forward. It will make DPS an attractive and desirable place to work. It will not penalize current employees, and it will boost morale. These options will show your staff that you have heard them and you value their experience. More importantly, when the July checks come in and deposited, it will show all DPS employees as well as our community that DPS cares about the people that work for them. And that word trust, it will not be a meaningless word anymore.
Next, we have Katie Murray, Jeff Celine, and Ryan Conk.
Katie Murray, ceding my time to Jeff Seelan.
Hi, Jeff Seelan, Durham Public Schools Hub Farm. It is inconceivable that this is the approach you are taking. There was much talk in last week's board meeting about transparency, accountability, and healing. Instead of using this opportunity for an attempt at truth and reconciliation, you are choosing to ignore the voices of united DPS staff across our district. The two options you intend to vote on after this public comment are lacking in imagination and effort. While neither is adequate, the first option is laughable. After 3 weeks of protest, you are proposing that absolutely nothing will change about removal of steps. The second option tosses into the garbage a costly years in the making salary study and does nothing to combat wage compression, address cost of living concerns, or make DPS more competitive. My coworkers and I have watched hours of board meetings from 2023 and read through both drafts of the Hill report presented to this board for consideration. While there is discussion about steps, nowhere is there a formal recommendation to discontinue the policy of, and I quote, awarding private sector experience credit based on actual years of verifiable service for comparable job duties. Those are Hill's own words. Stop blaming them for your change in policy. What you should be doing right now is scrambling to find funds to cover February's promised paychecks and spend the next 2 months participating in open and honest discussions with workers while conducting a fully transparent, good faith investigation. You have told us very little. We should not have to consider any compromise until we know what actually happened and who is to blame. And I have 30 seconds left, so let me just say this. Y'all throw out all these numbers out of context, like we're gonna be scared away by 57%. Who knows what that person was making? If someone's making $10,000 a year and they get a 57% raise, good on them.
Next.
My name is Ryan Kemp, and I succeed my time to Christy.
All right, Christy, right before you go, we have followed by Kevin Primus, Brian, I apologize, Schitterman, and Malcolm Gay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Mubenga. My name is Christy Masonic. I am here as a Durham County taxpayer. I have been watching. You say you need to be fiscally responsible, yet you spent hundreds of thousands on a fiscal study only to need another company to fix decisions you made after reviewing that study. That is taxpayer money. That is not fiscally responsible. Failure to give DPS classified staff the steps you already granted and the raises you already promised leads to an exodus of these staff members from our schools, and not just classified staff, because working conditions without our classified staff are miserable. That is not fiscally responsible. HR personnel and building administrators worked hard to staff our buildings this year, and now we may lose staff members and the financial tools you've given us to recruit new ones. Wasting time and money is not fiscally responsible. Understaffing leads to families pulling their students out of DPS and sending them to charter schools. Taxpayer dollars follow them. Where do you find that money? It is not fiscally responsible.
Understaffing opens DPS up to more lawsuits that will come out of the budget for our district. Where do you find that money? It is not fiscally responsible. This is taxpayer money. I do not want the taxes I pay funding things you've messed up. I want the taxes I pay spent ensuring that DPS is a great place to work and learn. Because as a taxpayer, I know the whole community benefits from strong schools, and we get that by respecting and valuing our people. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Primus. I have basically zero to add to everything that the classified workers have said. I think everyone just appreciates the education that we're getting about what's really happened. I want to speak to and make two suggestions regarding the meet and confer. I'm a parent, and we would really like to have, I'll speak only for myself, I would like to see some parents or parent organizations represented, because I think there could be other ways to handle moving forward communication when we're not going to have school. I think it's hard on some parents who are finding out the morning of or the day before that there's no school. Everyone doesn't have paid time off. So it would be nice if we could have, I haven't spoken to any of these groups, EPIC or La Semilla or PTAs, to also be able to be conferred with on that. The second thing is there is a $70.6 million that's owed to Durham County Schools from the Leandro case. The Supreme Court has spoken. They have adjudicated that this money is to be given to Durham. We need to talk about Leandro for the next 20.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Following Brian, we'll have Malcolm Gay, Christina Baldridge, and Jackie Wagstaff.
What'd you call next? Okay, all right. Okay, my name is Malcolm Gay. I'm an electrician with the maintenance department. 24 years experience. When I got here, I've been here 3.5 years. And believe it or not, in the state of North Carolina, they have a certification just to do electrical work in North Carolina public schools. Without that experience that I have and training, I couldn't even get that certification. So I can't touch any wiring. I couldn't touch any wiring in public schools, anywhere, in any schools in North Carolina. So I do have that certification. So my experience means a lot. I know my experience is valuable here at DPS, and I want to get paid for it, as all the classified employees do. I have saved, believe it or not, I have saved DPS in 3.5 years I've been here a lot of money. So I want to get paid for it. Therefore, I want to get paid for get paid for my years of compensation. And to me, that's what I refer to as a non-negotiable. As for the raise last year, we all classified employees want to see that reinstated. Thank you.
Malcolm? Do we have Malcolm? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, do we have Brian then? Brian? All right. So Christina Baldridge, followed by Jackie Wagstaff, followed by Girja Mahajan.
Thank you all for being here. And thank you for continuing to listen. My name is Christina Baldridge. I'm a parent of 2 children at Forest View Elementary School. I'm also the PTA president there. One of the biggest struggles I have with this meeting is that you are asking us and these people who have put their blood into their jobs for our children to accept a budget that you successfully came up with in a week and a half while the house is on fire, but couldn't come up with the budget during normal times. How do we trust that this math works? How do we trust that the nonsense you just shared in 2 slides is something that we can move forward with and protect this district? Without any sort of public transparency and bringing in experts, outside experts, which this district seems loath to do every step of the way, we cannot build trust. A couple other things. I just kind of forgot my stream right there. One of the big questions I have is you throw out a lot of numbers with a lot of percentages. I want to know the delta between what we're spending now, we're already budgeted for, and what we're actually.
Thank you, Ms. Baldridge. Jackie Wagstaff, followed by Girja Mahajan, Laura Sartain, and Brian Calloway.
Good afternoon. And okay, Jackie Wagstaff.
and that's all I'm gonna say. Everything that has been said here today has been enough. So I'm gonna come at you from the perspective that I believe that the fault of this mess is on the board members. And when I heard the DAE say they needed a seat at the table, they got 5 already up there. And I don't see why you need all of the seats. You got 5. Those are the people you need to hold responsible, because it was your policy that you voted on in January that created this mess. These people don't deserve this. They deserve better. I understand this very well because I've been there and I've been there. So I understand this. And the good part is I'm here now. I'm retired. I got plenty of time to say the things that I need to say. So I want you to get this right. And I mean, get it right.
My name is Girja Mahajan, and I have two students at DPS. I find it fascinating that to correct central administration incompetence, you demand your classified workers forego long-deserved raises. Why not forego your own compensation? Require the superintendent to forego his remaining annual salary and pay your workers. Additionally, why not require all central office directors who manage classified staff to forego their 7% raises and pay your workers? I see that there are county commissioners in the audience. Why not request a bailout immediately and pay your workers? Why not accept any county oversight stipulations that demand transparency and pay your workers? Why not recruit public sector finance experts from Carolina and NCCU to complete a thorough analysis of district accounting and pay your workers? And finally, if I haven't been clear enough, pay your workers the salaries that they were promised. Enough is enough.
My name's Lauren Sartain. I'm a DPS parent of 2 students, one with an IEP, one with a 504. I'm a Durham County resident and taxpayer, and I cede my minute.
Hi, I'm Brian Calloway, a former classified maintenance worker. It's good to see a lot of my old coworkers, not under these circumstances though. It is Groundhog Day. And every day it's another disrespectful idea from you and the executives here. You got to pay what you promised. That's simple as that. And these aren't even raises that we're talking about. This is bringing people up to market rate. This is paying people what they deserve. Simple as that. The fact that it only costs $3 million, you have that. You have that in fund balance. The county has told you over and over, don't carry heavy fund balances. So use it. Use it right here. Use it for the folks that you see right here. And asking the county for 7, 9 million, whatever it is next year, y'all ask for more than that on an annual basis anyways. So just make that your ask this coming year. It's going to cost you a lot more than $3 million if you go against your word. I do have some questions about just the board. You know, y'all went to Wrightsville Beach for 3 days this past summer for a retreat that we paid for. You know, you do work for us. I don't know if sometimes I feel like the hierarchy is confused a bit because the board is very deferential to staff. You oversee staff. You know, I've heard Bettina, I've heard you say that you have extreme faith in the staff. It's time that ends. You need to open this, have an investigation that's transparent. We want answers. We want to know who knew what when, the whole 9 yards. And if anything less than getting full pay happens tonight, we all need to know House Bill 737 from session 2003 has already been written to allow for recall elections in Durham. Thank you.
That brings us to the end of our public comment. So we're going to come back to our operations awesome item, which is the classified salary study. Are there any additional comments from administration?
Not at this time. We're just here to answer the questions.
All right. Board members, if we can get the slides, go ahead and get the slides back up because I'm sure there'll be questions. Board members? I'll get in there. I mean, let's start with Ms. Byer.
Good evening, everyone. I am so thankful for everyone being here and bringing your hearts and your stories to us. We have been struggling because this was not what this board intended. And we find ourselves in a difficult place that we need to listen to you all as we lead forward, and we hear you. Our pressing matter right now is that we know it's important to make sure that February payroll rolls on time. And I wanted to have staff speak to the timing of that as we work on how we move forward and how that is forming this discussion as we start talking about these things this evening. What is the deadline for our payroll staff as far as when they need information to move forward?
On the calendar, we have it set at noon on February the 6th. This is when we typically open up the payroll and they begin entering their data in.
So Tuesday. And this represents nearly a quarter of our payroll that are impacted by this. So that's the pressing nature of why this came quickly and without much notice. And we don't want to do anything that jeopardizes February payroll. February is a short month. I find myself just contemplating what we intended when we started this work. And it was to lift everyone to start at least 17 an hour. That took years to find funding for. And it also was to deal with some of the market issues and the compression issues that hadn't been addressed since our study in 2019. And so those were the intents, I believe, of this board as we worked together with you all. It's painful to hear that the options we have that are within budget don't feel acceptable to either of any of you. And I'm interested, I have questions when I look at spreadsheets about the validity of the compensation study that the consultants provided. But I have interest in seeing if this board could find a solution for February while we rapidly work towards a more equitable salary study that addresses some of those issues. So that's where I start my thinking about how we move forward. I'm going to open it up to colleagues, sorry.
Ms. Rogers?
Thanks. Thanks for this presentation. Does administration have an option that they prefer as part of the recommendation?
I think that's a tough question to put me on the spot. There should have been a conversation for us to have privately. Excuse me, let me express myself here. I'm not gonna put an option there that is gonna cost money that we did not have a conversation before. I know it's going to take conversation with county manager and county commissioners. I wish that question was posed earlier so that we could have those conversations. Do I have a preference? Yes, I do. But I don't want to put it out there, which is gonna cost additional funds, and I'm not really in a position to do that.
That's helpful. Policy 210 says the superintendent shall make recommendations to the board as required by law and board policy and otherwise determined appropriate by the superintendent. Superintendent shall also assist the board in making sound decisions and meeting the requirements of law by providing information and advice regarding all matters that require board action. On October 12th, Miss, you asked us to trust you.
Ms.
And s-
Rogers,
And so I'm
Ms.
asking.
Rogers. Can we ask about what's on this,
Yes,
study?
I'm asking which option is preferable.
Hmm.
And I want to know, more than 500 employees were placed on new salaries of more than 25% of last year's salary. Should those 5 people decide to leave DPS, do we have a recruitment plan? I also have asked earlier, ahead of this meeting, it could be helpful to see how each option impacts the highest and lowest paid employees, and I'm told that's pending. And I'd like to see a clear demonstration of how each of these options monthly payroll compared to the previous 6 months payroll, and that's also still pending. So I'd like more information to make a decision, and I feel rushed in this moment.
Additional comments from our board members? Ms. Lewis?
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your public comments. Thank you for our options and solutions as we figure this out. I understand your frustration, and there's been a lot of confusion that's raised a lot of questions. What is true is that we need a salary study to address compression. It needs to create equity, and it needs to create years of experience. The board has to make decisions based on honest, factual information. We approved a budget that allowed for a salary based on 10.8 million increased funding. Ms. Byer, she shared what we intended: lifting the salary for living wage, addressing compression, and money market value. My thinking about how we move forward here includes both truths: to honor years of experience and making sure we are making fiscally sound responsibilities and choices that fit within the budget that we've been given and approved. I would like to ask some questions for clarity to help me make a sound decision. This will be addressed to HR and finance. Can you clarify, Dr. Hussain, the Hill study recommendation about the decision between state-only and years of longevity?
In the recommendations for Hill, the Hill recommendation was for, it says specifically in the report, DPS longevity years. There is another bullet that clarifies, that was designed to clarify that in the case, districts have their own decisions to make. So a lot of the bullet point that is referenced a lot is about clarifying verified years of experience. But the compensation schedules were built based on DPS longevity years, which really means state years of experience.
Please, order, please. I have a few more questions for clarity. Thank you for that. When you talk about steps and years of experience for an organization, for instance, does losing steps result in loss of money based on this Hill compensation study? And can you give me a specific example?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question
Yes.
again? I want to make sure I understand.
Because I know we're talking about steps and grades, and I want to make a point about grades second, but first for the steps. What does steps mean in years of service for an organization? What does that mean for Durham as we were given an option for number steps and letter steps?
Okay, the
Does that- well, if-
letters were salary grades. The letters were for salary grades, but to speak to steps, in general, steps do not have to equal exact years of experience, but they do need to equal the identified formula. So you've heard us make references, the 1 to 2, 1 to 3. Durham traditionally has done 1 to 1.
Okay. So as the Hill study was implemented for longevity, which in turn means state experience, does that result in a loss of money if someone was on a step 44 to a step 40?
It could, it is a difference in a loss of money depending on how that is applied. So if we are looking at having traditionally a 1-to-1 and someone goes from a 44 to a 40, that is, well, that's not a good example because we have a capped out.
Right.
But let's say someone goes from 40 to 15, there is a difference in the amount of that money.
And then the other question that go ahead. The other question that I have is regarding the grade. It was important for this board to do differential pay with our ECIA staff.
Correct.
And with that differential pay, if we were to choose option 2, what would happen?
One of the things from the implementation of the Hill recommendations was to create a distinction for ECIAs. As the scenario 2 or option 2 eliminates the Hill compensation study, so that would eliminate that distinction between our quote unquote regular IAs and our ECIAs.
It's important for me to hear the numbers, what's within our budget, and also what the consequences are with either choices, and particularly the unintended consequences that would happen. Is there possible because we also did a reclassification of positions.
Correct.
Some people had a significant increase according to the salary study. And I want to understand if that was position to position, or were there some that was from position to a change in position and their new responsibilities?
Some of the significant increases, when you look at them by percentage, do include a reclassification of that salary grade. So based on the consultants looking at the work of that individual, they may have moved that position a salary grade.
Okay.
And so when you move salary grades and you adjust the steps, that does create exponential increases.
Because there's increased job responsibility.
Right. And so you could see significant increases, some of the numbers that were mentioned earlier, for individuals who were reclassified to a higher salary grade.
So that option was taken into account under option 1. That example you just gave us in option 1, and if we choose option 2, we would be losing that decision. That
any salary grades movements would be erased because they would be eliminated as part of the elimination of the Hill study.
Thank you. And then Miss Ogijo. Did I get it right? Close. Ogijo, Miss Ogijo. I had a question for you in here. Well, before I come to you, back to Dr. Olsen real quick. Can you share what held harmless means if increases are not given?
Part of the recommendations for the study is every employee would see an increase, and that increase would be at least 4%. In situations where employees did not, based on them being put on the scale, let's say it equaled 3.85%, then maybe they would be assigned what we called a hold harmless so that they could still have that minimum increase. Hold harmless is designed to mitigate any changes you may have from year to year when you're moving, reclassifying, or any of those sorts of actions with salaries. For individuals that have a hold harmless, what that is really designed to do is not keep them at the exact same salary, but future increases may not be as the same rate of other employees. But we still have to remember, if someone has a hold harmless assigned to that line, they're still being paid more than like employees of the same salary grade and step because of their hold harmless line.
So if someone is at a 16, and I'm just throwing numbers out there just to show the difference from my understanding. If someone is at a 16 at 30,000, but based on a money market rate, the market rate, 30,000 isn't honored until they're at a 20. Then that's 4 years that they're held harmless. They keep that pay, but they could, because they're already making more than what their step is, right?
They could be held, but let's say, let me give it an example another way.
Okay.
Let's say the state comes back and gives a 4% increase, okay, again, and you have someone who has a hold harmless line. Then what you would do is the person with that hold harmless line, based on looking at your budget for that year, looking at all your hold harmless lines for that year, those individuals, they may not be able to get the full state 4% increase and whatever other increases you have locally, you would reduce that and still give them 3 or whatever you would have to work those numbers with your budget.
My last question is about retirement. Does these steps affect retirement benefits?
The only way, steps do not affect retirement. Retirement is based on your
Please,
years.
excuse me, I need to hear.
We want to
please.
make sure that we can hear the answers.
Steps do not affect retirement. Retirement is based on the time that is reported to Orbit on a monthly basis from payroll. And additionally, retirement is based on your top 4 years of compensation. So that is what it is based on.
All right, thank you. And I may have some more questions, but I want to stop there. I do want to ask some finance questions, but I know I've taken a lot of time to get understanding to make a decision. Thank you.
Ms. Cardalton?
Thank you, Dr. Lassane, for answering all of those questions already. I have a few more for you. Do you, so as we're thinking about the Hill study, and really we're faced with a decision about, among many, whether to continue using the information provided by the Hill study that we paid for. To what extent do you feel like you're confident in the findings from the Hill study and in what it accomplished? Like, to what extent can we trust the information provided by the Hill study from your perspective?
I feel like there are things to consider on all sides. I do think that there was a lot of good that came out of the Hill study as far as really trying to make sure that our employees have a livable wage. I understand the complexities of the situation that we are in, but I do think that from the moment I took this position, I have heard concerns about salary. I have heard lasting issues from prior salary studies. I have heard concerns from employees about feeling like they're not competitive with other, whether it's city, county government, corporate for certain things. I think of particular areas of employment when we're looking at technology and all of that. So from that standpoint, I do feel like there were lots of good recommendations that came out of the Hill study. I think that there are also complexities that we have to address just as much as you have when you come out of any study. I think as it solves some inequities, I think that there were also some things that were created from the implementation of the recommendations that we still have to address. So I hope that answers your question.
You gave the definition, like the official definition for the word longevity. And that term was used by the Hill study. When it was presented by the Hill study in January of last year, was it clear to you what the word longevity meant? And do you feel like it was clear to the board at that time what the word longevity meant?
I think that it was clear with Hill's recommendation. I cannot speak for how the board interpreted that.
That's fair. Thank you. Did Hill recommend that we implement the recommendations using longevity? And was that what was communicated to us in October? That was the plan for what we were going to do?
The Hill recommendation, even talking to the consultants, was for longevity years.
And when we discussed this in October, was this what we discussed?
I do have additional questions about kind of our presentation for today.
Feels relevant, but to follow up on some other responses that you provided, how long does hold harmless last? And I'm sorry if it's just me trying to still understand that, but.
It depends on the hold harmless. You can't just say, it's not just an across the board practice. When you are looking at that, you really have to consider what you have. If you're a district that has a tremendous amount of hold harmless, when I first came into Durham, there was a long list of hold harmless amounts that we began to have to look at and consider. There were some that were addressed in the prior compensation studies, and employees received letters from prior compensation regarding those hold harmless lines. So it really is nuanced by looking at how many you have, the impact on employees, and what your budget is as you evaluate it on each year.
Okay, thank you. One more question. I know it was clear during comment tonight, and I think it's very clear, at least in my mind, that the experience that people bring into the district is very important. It's valuable, and it's something that, frankly, we need. I mean, the examples from nurses, from across the board, this is just, so can you, please, can you tell us a little bit about, like, how do other school districts in North Carolina handle this? And yes, that would be helpful. Thank you.
So even more recently, I have called area colleagues and kind of worked with them on what they do regarding experience. In Wake County, for instance, Wake County does not grant external experience for non-state experience for their classified personnel, except for very, very few positions. Okay, so that's one example. We have other districts that, excuse me? Oh, I thought I heard a question, a follow-up question. We have another neighbor district that looks at years of experience, and they place a cap on it. They do 1-to-1 up to a certain cap. We have another district that has another formula that they've kind of, it's a more complicated formula that they use, and they have additional bonuses and stipends that they add to address that. So you really can see the whole gamut. The majority of school districts in North Carolina do not recognize external non-state experience because they don't have the resources to do so. But you do see a lot of formulas of 1 to 2, 1 to 3, putting a cap on the number of those years of experience. It's really based on the district.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So we've talked a lot about hold harmless, and I think it's a term that actually causes more confusion than it creates. I think you all view it as a safety net that someone is lifted up by it rather than falling back in scales, and that everyone advances. But can you tell how many folks are in this group are in that hold harmless category? Because someone had said 600.
That's a finance question, sorry.
It is in the range of 600. And it's more of I think a joint question. There are EPAs that we get that have the whole harmless on it when it's sent down from HR. The whole harmlesses that finance typically puts on is when we have this benchmark, like 4%, and we see an employee falling below that benchmark, then we add the whole harmless line to their assignment profile to ensure that they get the minimum raise that's been promised.
Can you talk a little bit, thank you so much for joining us and being right in the midst of Durham and lending your talents to us. Can you talk a little bit, because I've seen examples where it's pulled out on people's checks as a separate line item. Can you, at least from the payroll side of things and finance, tell folks why that is and yeah.
So we currently use SUMPAC or Ceridic. It's a legacy ERP system that runs on a DOS-based system. So we don't have the functionality to add an additional piece of salary to that assignment. So the whole harmless goes in as a second assignment. Say we have a custodian that needs a $100 hold harmless. We have to put the custodian assignment in with their step and grade, and then we have to put a pay line gross in behind it that's labeled hold harmless to get it in there. We can't add that to the line that says custodian because the system is just, it is nearing the end of its usable functionality, and we are in the process of upgrading our system to Sylogist Ed, but it's just a limitation of the system when it comes to running payroll.
Thank you. But the fear that that's going to be taken from someone, or that is in some special category, that rumor I've heard, can you clear that up for folks also?
I do understand that whole harmlesses in the past had been treated as if they were held in time. My first experience with whole harmlesses were when they changed certified pay, and they told principals and such they would have a whole harmless at that time. My experience with whole harmlesses on classified is a little bit more limited. So as far as DPS's practice with whole harmlesses, Alvera is going to be able to speak better to that because I won't be able to give you the historical usage of it.
Hold harmless is not designed to be for someone's entire employment timeline. And so I think that that would help address your question. Hold harmless is designed for a period of time to help mitigate the impact for an employee.
Do we have FAQs out anywhere for, like, that we've put in writing yet on any of these issues?
We do not have FAQs, particularly for hold harmless. We were actually talking about that as a team and working on building those specifically around the questions we have had in meetings with employees around salary. And so I do think that that would help a lot with kind of the conversation around these types of subjects.
And as we talk about steps forward, can you all just give us an idea of your staffing in your departments, both in payroll, finance, and HR, as we deal with really complex personal issues with finances, and how we can support staff going better going forward?
I want to yield to finance first as they are, because I think payroll being on the front line of these things, we are very cognizant of staff and the newness of staff and how many staff members there are. But if you want me to go first for HR, I'm glad to. Okay, I will go ahead. For our HR administrators and our HR staff, most of the functions that are related to the implementing a compensation study rest in our staffing area. I have 3 HR administrators that split every school and department. One of those HR administrators is also the head of staffing as a whole. And so in addition to having split assignments for every hire that comes through that has to pass through them for vetting, that person oversees the whole staffing area. On top of that, I have techs that serve each of those. I have a total of 5 techs that serve the staffing area, as well as a rehired retiree, a couple of rehired retirees who are helping us stay afloat, but those are not full-time permanent positions. So if you track, and I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I've shared some things with you from the HR side before, the amount of increase in volume from turnover, recruitment, if you look at the history of our vacancies, and that staffing has been consistent since before my arrival in Durham Public Schools.
Payroll has 5 techs and 1 deduction specialist, and a payroll supervisor, which is Vicky Goff. She's on the classified scale. And that is it. And myself, I spend a lot of time supporting the payroll department when it comes to advanced calculations, some of the spreadsheets that are needed to do the upload. So they are stretched very thin. A lot of the payroll entry is manual and it requires a lot of attention to detail. We have not been able to tap into retirees, and those are a lot of experience. And because the system is so old and such a legacy system, it's really hard to find someone who has experience in using it. We have a relatively young team, a relatively new team. I would say that more than half of the team has been there for less than a year. And they're all learning this system and learning all the nuances of entering in payroll. So compounded with a lot of the additional customer service skill needs, they are handling quite a load cheerfully. They're good staff, so.
I just want to add to that question, just a quick follow-up while you're speaking now. Can you tell us the process for payroll to switch over from the old system to the new system? How much longer would that be? And I guess that's a new system needing to be coded as well. About how much, I'm sure that's a hard question too with the additional responsibilities you've had, but in general, how much longer will it be to get that system switched over?
We're working with our sister department of HR on some timelines. Payroll really was striving to move forward in spring. We're looking at some options about using the position control, which interfaces payroll with the budget so that salaries would be accrued, and the question of how much budgeted for salary and how much is utilized would be a quick answer. So I was in conversations with Sylogist yesterday about how we could at least tie our position control and our payroll into the budget before we completely roll the system over. So it may be that instead of doing one big rollout, we're going to start rolling out features that are going to contribute to our workload and the transparency and the things that we need. July 1st, I think, is what
we are striving for that. I don't want to belabor with the details of a new system, but just to quickly understand, on the HR side, there is a key piece, which is connection to DPI licensure. And so as we're working with a new system, we have to make sure that we're going to be able to have systems talk and communicate effectively with one another so that we have no breaks. Particularly with the latest recruitment seasons and all of that, we really have to test this system to make sure it works before we launch. With all of that being said, our goal currently is to work towards a July 1st launch. But I want to say also that is not the best time for HR to have a launch. And so we are trying to adjust and make sure that we can make this as smooth of a transition as possible.
Do you, some people have asked about kind of I just want you to speak to it because I don't think it's feasible, but tell me if it is. Some people have asked, could they pick each employee pick option 1 or option 2 to hold them whatever works best for them? Can you speak to why you support or don't support something that's a hybrid like that?
That would make a payroll run, and I'm not the payroll expert, but I can't even fathom how much more complicated that would make it, because even with the setup, when you talk about a payroll window opening, that is based on scale. So I don't know how you run 2 different, but maybe you can speak to that.
When we have the pay tables, I think that when it comes to setting the employees up, I don't necessarily see how that would be prohibitive. Where the complication would come in is when we did raises in the future and you wanted to do 4%, are we going to allow the employees to switch back? If we are looking at an option that has a different cost to it, how do we control the cost 5 years down the road? It's going to be harder to calculate long-term implications and to project budget with 2 separate plans out there to which the employees get a chance to choose.
I would add one other piece. Board Member Rogers, when you made that request for a number of pieces of information, that is very, very important information that contributes to decision making. If we implement it where employees could choose, anytime you made a request for reporting, it would make that reporting not only way more difficult to create, but to be able to make meaningful decisions out of that reporting would also be difficult, because you would have to figure in these kind of 2 different systems with what you had with employees. So I would just add that piece too. It's not only what you put in, but it's also what you're getting out when you're looking at reporting.
Yeah, it sounds like really difficult to model and predict. I know you all are struggling with this and struggling with the same way we are. I wanted to speak a little bit about why in the past I've been a champion and going across the street to the commissioners and asking for money to fix it, and why I think this one's different, and I'm sad about that. We are, as we investigate, and you'll see later in the agenda that we're hoping to bring outside financial auditor, a comptroller that reports to this board. It's an agenda item. As we've started to investigate, we've started to have more concerns. And we need to investigate those fully, transparently, and accountably. We will do that and bring that public, but we're going to need that expertise going forward. You've heard our staffs right now that are that are juggling, and I want you to, you know, treat them, you know, the payroll staff with the same love that you treat your coworkers. They're part of the DPS family too. They didn't do this. Some of them are impacted by this. But this is not a one-time go get the money and fix this rainy day thing. This is how can we do what we intended to lift you all, to keep having steps where you can go up and you can know what you can predict and you can plan. And so as we continue to work on this, we're gonna do the best we can, and we're gonna do that with you all. But we have other concerns. That's all.
I'm gonna pass it over. Ms. Chavez is joining us by Zoom, and I know she has some additional comments. Ms. Chavez? Ms. Chavez,
So sorry.
did you have
Still having
comments?
trouble with mute. Yes. Hi there. I'm now joining you all via Zoom due to childcare needs. I do want to.
Muted. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you try again?
Can you hear me now?
I can't tell if you're speaking, Ms. Chavez. All right, back to Ms. Chavez. Ms. Valladares, do you want to go?
I don't want to waste your time. I really do not want to waste your time. We have some options on here, and I think it's very clear many of you don't like them. And I understand why. They don't seem fair. And also, there's an inherent problem with all this, that you're supposed to take our word for it. And I think that that's what I want to address tonight. So this morning, at 9 o'clock in the morning, I showed up to a Panera Bread on 9th Street. And if you were anywhere in that area, you probably saw a couple of people. Emotions were high. The frustration was felt. I don't know who was in the other section if they could feel, but it was very intense. And what came out from those conversations were many, many things that to me reveals like a crack into something that is deeper than what we can even try to approach tonight, but that there is definitely a demand for transparency. And I do not want us to get caught up with this without addressing transparency. So many things were said, and there were a lot of grievances. I'm talking about years of accumulation of grievances. Folks have talked about experiences in central office. Folks talked about all kinds of things, including being pulled from their work, what their job description says, to do a gazillion things. And I think that it's been said tonight, the Hill study was able to bring up, you know, the inequities in terms of roles, in terms of exploitation, if you might say, for some folks who feel like they have been doing many, many different jobs. And it also brought up something about differential accountability. And differential accountability sometimes means that there is somebody in the district that is having to prove that, I said this morning and I messed it up because English is my second language, but dot the I's, well, cross the T's and dot the I's, right? I got it. So there are people who are held to such scrutiny because the results that the state wants to see are very clear. They want to see student achievement go up. And there are people in this district that are held to high scrutiny where none of this would have ever happened. And that is the real truth. And that is not the only truth because I don't want to waste your time. Scrutiny is important. And when you are, again, beholden to a context of student achievement and grades and all that, DPS has shown updates on that. But then there's something that remained dormant. There was a complete area. And I want to tell you the truth about this. We are 7 board members, and we are not allowed to meet as 7 board members in any meeting. And the administrators here, what is your biggest challenge? Trying to schedule us, right? Trying to schedule, if there's anything, there has to be 3 board members at the most, usually 2, and that is known. Some of you already know that and will convene 2 at a time. We are in subcommittees, and I have been seeing and tracking the agenda items that my community has asked me for. They have asked for, number 1, ESL students coming up. And I'm not trying to go on a detour. I'm gonna come back to what I'm offering tonight. There have been clear things when I meet in my subcommittee meetings that I know, and I will tell you, I have talked to the administrators, Dr. Pittman, you know, who is in that subcommittee, Dr. Stacy Stewart in that subcommittee, and Linda Tagurian, and we just had Victor Hiraldo talk about this is the first time this district has ever purchased global curriculum for languages, for DLI, and all. It's the first time. And keep in mind, we have Growing Together, and we're expanding all these offerings. It's the first time we're buying that curriculum, but we've had reading curriculum, math curriculum. We spent money to normalize that. Matt Sears, you're in the building, and this was something that, or at least he was in the building, or I think I see you. Curriculum was the thing, right? You're championing like reading curriculum. Like before we didn't have reading curriculum, now we have reading curriculum, math curriculum, and there is a whole thing about academic achievement. But the strategic plan that Dr. Mubenga brought in 2018 had 5 pillars. And one of those, rightfully so, your anger is righteous, because pillar number 5 is what? Fiscal responsibility. So ding us on this fiscal responsibility. That's one of the 5 pillars. We could be doing well in academic achievement. We could be doing well in implementing social emotional learning. We could be doing well in recruiting, you know, even getting teachers from international teachers who are able to leverage, participate, and global teachers and visas. And I can go on, but fiscal responsibility is one. And I'm going to tell you this tonight because many people have asked me, Alexandra, and they say Alejandra, Alexandra, and they have asked me, and they said, how in the world does this happen? And how is this even allowed to happen? And so I'm going to ask a series of questions, and it's going to require emotion. But I want to put it on the table. I do not want to waste your time because I think a timeline is important. And so there is a general statute, 115C, and I'm trying to find it, -123B. And I hope I can find it, but I believe that that is it because I have actually been thinking about that general statute. And the idea for that general statute is that it says that if there's anything that's going to jeopardize, I'm quoting, that if there's anything that's going to jeopardize the integrity of the board, we actually have a right to decide whether we want to waive something that would not come to light. But that is up for a vote. And so when it comes to a timeline, it's very clear to anybody who's been watching the board meetings and even the presentation tonight that the numbers are very out of proportion in the sense of like we've had to cover our own general fund. We've had to use our general funds to cover what we did not anticipate, and we're not even done with the year, right? So it's very clear that something's very off. The 10.8 that is mentioned everywhere, 10.8, that's not what the study was going to cost. And I think you all have been calling us out on that, right? And so it wasn't 10.8. So what figure was it? And when did who know? When did they know? And where were they? And I asked that because this morning in that meeting, there were people who brought to me that we have been very, as a district, differentially giving privileges of remote work to people. And even though we passed a policy to address that, there are supervisors who would never allow their employees, this all from this morning, and they're witnesses for this meeting, that all this was shared in a public setting with public folks who said, I have a medical condition where I need to go and get medical treatment. And I have asked my supervisor for medical consideration when it comes to remote work. And they have said, no, you have to show up. And so there's differential accountability and differential expectations. And I think as a board, we have to own that we did not really prod into. And that includes all of us. So when people say, what is your responsibility, board? I'm going to be the one, because tonight, you know, when I was talking to people tonight, I felt like this morning's conversation, and every single week, I feel like I'm getting roasted over the coals. And it is not a comfortable feeling, but this is something, a legacy I want to leave to any future board member who sits in my seat, because I'm not running again. And so I want this information to be taken into consideration for anybody who's going to sit in the seat, to learn from our mistake and learn from what we did and did not do, and to also understand that in the midst of political games that are being played and people who like people and people who don't like people, there is truth. And the truth does not have to come from your favorite person. So, does anybody know General Statute 115C-123, Section B? I think that that statute says that anything compromising the integrity of the board, that there is a reason to waive. So my question, and I'm going to put for a motion, is that I move that administration, there are people here who know, I move that administration reveal the first month that the discrepancy between how much this study would cost and what it actually was and is, the first time that that came to light, and who knew about it, and when did they know about it? So that gives a time. And where were they? If they is one or two people, where were they? And I'm going to start with, I guess my motion actually, so you know, we learn about motion. So actually, that's my intention. But the actual motion is to go into the personnel file of the Chief Financial Officer, Paul LeSueur, and unveil to the public for transparency, when was the first time that the Chief Financial Officer, Paul LeSueur, understood that there was a discrepancy between the number that was given to this board and the public and everybody of 10.8 and the actual figure, the actual number. So I put the motion to declassify, to open personnel file, to pull who, in this case it's Paul LeSueur, so I'm making it easy. When did he know that this was not going to fly and it was going to be a complete, and I'm not only going to stop there. There's a couple of motions after this. So do I have a motion, colleagues? If it's not seconded, you won't get it. It's very simple. Who, what, when. In this case, it's Paul LeSueur. When did he know that those numbers were not what they were?
I would like to ask our attorney to weigh in on this question since it does involve general statute.
So some of that obviously is personnel information that you would not really be at liberty to disclose even if you had the information. So in this particular case, if the motion's not going to have a second, then it could die in that manner. Anyway.
I'm gonna go again. Is there a second?
What happens if the motion has a second? Can you explain, please?
Well, I mean, I guess the bottom line is that even if you were to get the information, we'd have to decide whether or not the information could be disclosed under the personnel laws. My immediate thought is that the answer is probably no, but we would have to take a look at it.
I have a question for you. Personnel, confidentiality, there are laws around that. I get. Outside of releasing personnel records, there's an open investigation that also addresses who, what, when, where, right? Is the open investigation still open? Or when will it be resolved that we can discuss what's in the open investigation, avoiding general statutes around personnel and confidentiality?
So the investigation is open. We hope to be completed soon. We also hope to have a version. I'm sorry, the investigation is still open. We hope to be completed soon. There will be a public-facing version of this that should provide answers to many of the questions that the community is asking, but it will not provide personnel-related information. But we're hoping that the information that the board will be able to provide at some point will answer many of the questions that the community has asked. We are planning to create a version that will answer as many questions as possible.
Because there's differential accountability, I'm going to try this motion with a second with another person, and I'll watch it die as many times as I need to. But I want you to understand, some of you have asked for the truth. You are watching, this is for the students in DPS. This is for the people in universities doing case studies about governance and what does it take to really do governance in a context of bureaucracy, which you are watching play out just tonight. So motion number 2, I motion under General Statute 115C-321B in order to maintain the integrity of the board to release information related to when Dr. Mubenga knew that we could not afford, and I'm gonna just say this, knew that there was a discrepancy between the number that was shared publicly and the actual figure, which you can figure out if you do the math in these slides. You can figure out something's way off. So do I have a second?
I'm also going to ask our attorney to weigh in again, just because we're bringing up general statute.
Yeah, I'm pulling the statute up. I would like to read from it to add clarity to your question. Hold on one second. Let me have 1 second.
So while our attorney Rod Malone with Barrington Smith is looking into the general statute, the things that I've heard in the past couple of, well, I can't believe it's still January was when my jaw dropped. My jaw didn't drop literally, but it was a feeling. My heart sank. And the conversations that I'm having with folks are around how could this possibly happen in a district that has the level of budget and resources and smart people, because if you do an average of the educational background of this board, and some people have, taken this to patriarchy and, it's women. That's what happens to women. Good joke. No, I mean, there's so much that has been said, right, about how can this happen with Dr. Mubenga? How can this happen with, his focus is math, right? And then you talk about Paula Sewer, who's been in the district for 13 years. You don't have a 13-year career unless you've proven your chops. Or did you? I want you to know that my emotions about who, when, and where is because this morning in that Panera Bread, somebody said to me, do you realize that there are shadow workers and people who have been able to do things and not be accountable, not even have to go to our stores and not even have to show up and see each other's faces. When I go to the store, I see some of your faces. Some of you stop me. And when I'm out in the community, people literally come to me and I mean, this is what it means to be here. Be here mentally, physically, spiritually, grounded here. And to know that there's no way I can ever go anywhere without having to face the hurt and so many other emotions that have come up throughout this whole entire process. And the question is, how did this happen? Give us transparency, because the way forward is going to be dictated by what happened. And so the way forward includes, for example, something like what our new director of finance just shared, which was an old system. How many knew? Did anybody in the subcommittee of operations and administration know that there was an old system of HR? And that's why people were hitting us up all the time saying, I have HR issues. And I don't know, Dr. Hussein, I got to give it to you. Like your department, I hear more about people visiting your department than any other department. And so what I want to say is an old system, and now we're hearing about a new system, and we are in the age of artificial intelligence. When you have predictive modeling that could tell you about labor trends, that can tell you about wages, that can tell you about flags, it'll build models for you and tell you this is not going to fly. And so it's time for people who are out there watching this as a learning experience, educators and people who are in universities doing case studies. Is there a benefit to considering, number one, what accountability looks like? What does the differential accountability look like in a district? What does technology do in terms of like being able to have the best products, and not just in curriculum, because we have bought some of the best, we've actually spent good money, and that's from the presentations, the subcommittee in academics, which I can speak to, that we spent a good amount of money in curriculum. And we need to do the same for HR and for everything. So I don't know, Rod, are you ready for the statute?
Yes, I mean, the statute does allow for the board to direct the superintendent I guess when you read it, it's total to prepare a memorandum setting forth the circumstances upon which the board could disclose certain information that's confidential to protect the integrity of the board. In a situation like this, I think the board would review that information in closed session and make sure that it believed that the information to be released would protect the integrity of the board, but the statute would allow the would allow the board to direct that action. And we can work with the board chair, if the board's interested in pursuing this, to work on a way to have that.
I thank you for your interpretation, but when I read that, we have the opportunity to do that right here. We don't need to go into closed session. And that's the other thing about representation. Don't blame Rod. He works for the board, so he's always, this is his job. I'm talking to my children and my grandchildren. One day they're going to look back. And this is where I want to tell you.
No, what I'm saying is that the board could make that direction, but the board would want to review the information.
Yes, Rod. Yes, I understand that we can do that right now, or we can do it in closed session. But I'm telling you about the legacy, right? Everybody here is going to have a legacy, and we're not sitting in these seats just to play at board members. So the community has asked for accountability, and they have even said, I heard tonight, they want to do recall elections. You have a right to do that if you want to. There are some of us who've been here on the board for a long time, and we've grown accustomed, and then we've grown to like certain people. Think about if you look on TV and you see the good cop with a donut. He's not chasing after the people who are terrorizing things. He's sitting there eating a donut, and you're like, oh, but he's a nice police officer. He's the one that he talks about his wife, and his wife bakes pies, and she brings them over, and we just like him so much. And that is also human behavior. And sometimes there are people who are here for a long time, and we learn and we grow attached to them, that we don't hold them to the same accountability that we hold other people. And so we need to talk about differential accountability and political games that are played, because the politics is, and the word on the street is, Durham is all full of politics. Everybody looks at us and says, what a wasted opportunity to really do great things when you have people infighting because of their political cliques. But that's for another day. My third motion is about this board. I motion under General Statute 115C-321B, in order to maintain the integrity of the board, to release information related to when the superintendent first communicated to board members. That includes all 7. What were the dates? So there's a name, there's a time, and there is a location. And I think motions usually, I don't know, I mean, I don't have counsel right now to know if I need to do 7 different motions, but we are one unit as a board. And I do believe that I can make it under this board motion, this motion, if I can get a second, that information related to when the superintendent first communicated about this issue to the board, whether individual board members, the name, the time, and the location. Can I get a second for my motion?
I'm gonna ask our attorney to weigh in as well.
So here's what I would think you may want to consider. We will have this investigation completed soon. As part of your review of those materials, the board could use this statute to authorize the release of portions of this that may otherwise be deemed a personnel record to protect the integrity of the board. I do think that it would be better for the board to be reviewing the information and to decide specifically what information you're going to release. The statute does require that a memorandum be prepared setting forth the circumstances which the board believes, or the superintendent, or in this case, the board would believe justify that. So we'd have to pull all that together for you. But if the board were to look at the actual investigative materials, decide which portions of it you wanted to release to protect the board's integrity, then we could certainly do that. I think that would be the cleanest way to do it. And, we could certainly, you'd be in a position to do some of that at the next board meeting.
Is there a motion that we would need to consider if we wanted to go along that
I
way?
don't think you need a motion tonight for
Okay.
that, because when you review the materials, you could direct us at that point to prepare the memorandum, and then at that point you can vote on all that in open session at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Malone.
I am not done with my comments. So we just watched all these motions die on the floor, because the truth that you want will have to go through many revisions and consent from each of us by our attorneys who are doing their job. By the way, the attorney is doing his job. The attorney works for the board, not for the superintendent, right? And so he works for us, and so he's making sure that he kind of keeps us. And y'all, I gotta be honest, I do not want a lawsuit. And I have been threatened by even being on this dais with colleagues who have, kind of try to show an upper hand. I know what I signed up for. But I want you to know the community who has been asking and has been upset and has talked about trust. And I've told you systems are not to be trusted precisely because they are riddled and they have so many contingencies related to bureaucracy and to how governance, how the cheese gets made. And that is knowledge that I intrinsically know. And that's the reason why I'm stepping off, because I do know that there's a lot of work that has to happen. And I'm not stepping off today. If some of you might be thinking, I'm finishing my term and enjoying every day of it. And I am also letting folks know that there's a lot of change that has to happen, not just to Durham Public Schools, but to school systems across the country, but particularly in North Carolina, when you have so many inequities that have been listed. And somebody mentioned $70 million that are owed to Durham Public Schools. We want that money. And so what I do want to say is that as we continue to work towards more okay, let me be careful, because transparency is again, it's relative. Truth is relative based on these processes that we have going on over here. But I want you to know that this board is working on things. You will have a complete investigation at the end of this. But the families that I talk to every single day don't care about a very polished, canned report. They want to know, why did you fail my kids? And why did you fail my family? And some of them, I've heard, have been doubly failed because they're also DPS family. And so they want to know, how can we trust that the system is going to run? Because the level of trauma we went through the pandemic was huge. And now this seems like another wave of trauma when you have uncertainty about whether a school will open or not. And so I also want to address folks who thought that was a great idea. I want to address you because you showed muscle and you showed might. And you showed that organizing works. Good for you. Good for you. Organizing works. My question is, who does it not work for? Who did that action not work for? And I can tell you, it did not work for the kids who started at 9.6% and then went to 16.9. Dr. Stewart, do you know those numbers? The numbers, we started from 9 to 16.9 and 25% proficiency for some of the most vulnerable kids in Durham Public Schools, some of whom have many challenges, social drivers that impact them. And I know that Netta is here from the County Commission, and I know that Wendy's here from the County Commission, and we have talked about kids whose social drivers have impacted their ability to thrive, and who, when it comes to proficiency in testing, and when it comes to being able to succeed and get ahead in life, they're struggling because there should be no subgroup, there should be no demographic performing at a 9.6. And I know that Dr. Stewart, you've been in your role for a year, and your work has been to bring from 9.6 to
I'm so caught up in your words, but I know it's over 20%.
I think it's 25.
25.
I think it's actually 25 and might be 25.9. And so that is the work that is happening with a director who is accountable, who meets with her subcommittee, who understands that there was a Saturday school, a learning school. Many people don't even know. There was a Saturday academy. And so there was a lot of initiative. So this is definitely, the blame is all around. Blame us as a board, because there should be no way that there wasn't any checks, even in subcommittee meetings or even in this meeting, that we did not really check on years of experience and steps. We have to own that as a board. And so, and then Dr. Mubenga also, when it comes to differential accountability, Dr. Mubenga, you were brought in by a board previous to mine. I was not here. I did not hire you, but I worked with you from the moment you set foot in Durham, because I knew as a community organizer, my community wanted to in with you. And you showed up to superintendent forums, you showed up to community meetings, you did a whole listening session when you came in. And what you heard was, we need to bring scores up, but there were other inequities about discipline. And so you got the vision for that, but the community feels let down because they feel like even all these gains, and even though we've been quoted by the New York Times for, showing an upward trend in academic achievement, this financial disaster, that I'll call it, happened under your watch, and it happened under all of our watch. And so that is also something else that we are reckoning with. And I just want folks to know, we learn to love people, There are people who have done amazing work in some regards, but we have to look at that Venn diagram of the SWOT analysis, right? The strengths. And I know that this department does SWOT. What is SWOT?
Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats.
Our
SWOT
strengths,
analysis.
you know, we have a strong superintendent in some regards, and the data shows it. Strengths. But there's also weaknesses. Dr. Mubenga, your way of handling somebody like Paula Seward, 13 years in the district, and you know, all that is something. So then there's also, I'm okay, I'm gonna get to the other one, opportunities. What are the opportunities that the Durham community is willing to give us and that we are willing to give ourselves in terms of making this right? And I've heard from you that you want to keep your pay, even though we have talked about the fact that that is not within our budget. Some of you have talked about keeping your years of experience, and that is something that we have to consider as well. But there's something else that I heard today, and it's not just about the money. It's about dignity. It's about making sure that every department is operating efficiently, that we are doing what the first strategic plan we ever had here started in 2018 when Dr. Mubenga came here. And we need to make sure that every single one of those pillars continues to have those metrics that show us how to be excellent. And so governance and operations and fiscal responsibility all fall within 5. And so I'm going to wrap up here. I just want to let the community know that there are threats. The last one is T. And the threat is that a couple of years ago, many of us were really worried about 2 schools that were going to be taken over by the Innovation School District. And some of the organizers here, I got to credit DAE. DAE stepped out and made a call, and everybody, including my boss, right, was out there at Glenn. And I have actually been to Glenn, and that school has thrived. And it is nowhere near what it was when it was about to be taken over by the Innovation School District. And that is truth. That is when organizing works with people and we all show up. But my plea to organizers is organizing to show that you can win, good for you. But organizing to consider that there are vulnerable kids in the district that didn't do anything wrong and don't deserve to be penalized. And some of the people who were saying, well, one day it doesn't matter. Well, some kids have missed a week and a half. And some of them can't afford to miss a week and a half because they have not been able to catch up to where they want to be. And we cannot afford to do that to our kids. And so I'm saying, I'm not knocking your game. This is all about organizing and being able to show your strength and your might. And I commend you for that, because sometimes you do have to check the system and you have to show and speak truth to power. That is all very powerful. But let's be responsible. Let's be responsible. There are children. There are families, kids who were left alone. And if Child Protective Services catches on to that, there are families who will forever be affected by the choice. And so I just want us to know that we need to organize in ways that we save this district, that we bring in outside counsel, like you have said, that we have an ombudsman. I recommend, even before we get to the next one, an ombudsman, somebody that is neutral, not a conflict of interest, not an employee who wants to figure out how to get a better salary. Somebody who's an independent person who can speak and represent the interests of many political groups that are active around education, because Durham has many, and families, and PTAs, and SIT teams, and parent advisory, which is also an initiative that has been rolled out that was shared by our communications department about the parent advisory opportunities. And so that is what I have to say. It seems like you're not going to get the truth tonight, but it seems like our attorney said they're going to be working on, and they have been, and I know they have, on a report to give to you. And my recommendations, let's leverage technology. Let's also make sure that there isn't differential accountability. And check us on the board. We have to own. This was on our watch. This entire salary study was something we all supported, and yet we did not ask all the questions that needed to be asked. And yet we did not require as many presentations as this study should have had. And that is on us.
Thanks, Ms. Valladares. Next, Ms. Chavez has a few questions. I'm going to go back to her.
All right. I hope you all can hear me all right. I want to bring up a few things. One, I just want to lift up what Alexandra said, what Ms. Bayavetta said about transparency. It's just reiterated again and again that's a value in a practice that is very needed. All right, I'm on the phone here, but I'm showing my video. So, okay. So I want to talk about my concerns with the options going forward and what's happening right now. So one, I have a number of concerns about where we are moving forward for February. I'm concerned about morale. I'm concerned about just staying staffed right now. I am concerned about people who made commitments with the money that they were told they would receive, from housing to medical needs. And I will say that my concern is also, and has been since I learned about this, particularly for those who make under 50 or 60K, many under 40. And so I want to see if I want to kind of offer an option for just moving forward with February, and perhaps taking more time to decide what happens in March through June, through the end of the academic year. As mentioned, we are intending to hire a comptroller. That's the next agenda item. And that person will work for the board and report to the board and help us to get a very clear picture and understanding of our finances, which is desperately needed right now, someone to support that work. And I do want to say, Ms. Sierra Ojijo, you have been doing an amazing job stepping in, so we appreciate your work. And we also look forward to having a comptroller who can be even more a direct line to the board. Now, I want to ask, if we were to keep pay the same rate that it is for February only, what would we need to do in order to make that happen?
Do you mean the pay that it is right now, or the pay that it was in October, implemented in October?
Can you repeat the question?
Can you clarify your question, Ms. Chavez, when you say what pay would you like to see in February?
Yes. I am asking if we kept the pay the same as what people were told they would make in October, as the pay that we have kept the same for January, those salaries. If we were to do that one more month, where could that money come from? I know that we don't have it budgeted. We know that. But we're just in between a rock and a hard place, obviously, because things have been, people are deeply upset about this discrepancy, and there are, people spoke on it tonight. We're getting emails nonstop. So I want to ask what the feasibility of keeping the pay the same for February would be, with the intention of then having a little bit more time to figure out how we can move forward for March through June, as well as start to plan for the 24-25 budget. Does that make sense?
Currently, it's around $700,000 a month of additional funds. To do that, I would need to collaborate with our budget staff, Dr. Babega, to see what options we had available as we analyze the budget and understand what funds are already allotted and whether or not we have all of our obligations already covered.
Thank you. And I know that payroll, as you said, needs to be entered starting noon on Tuesday, so that is not a lot of time. And I know our board has discussed if we're able to come to consensus tonight, or may need more time. But I would love to hear what other board members think about the possibility of directing administration to figure out how to best pay the same salary that that staff have been at through one more month, and then see where we go from there.
Ms. Chavez, I love your heart for finding solutions, and I know that that is a solution that is popular in this place. It gives me great pause, just as it gave me great pause when we were here last week and moved $4.5 million without good supporting documentation, without the detail that we that we and the community and the taxpayers need. I was going to follow up and ask, you know, when we did the coordinators and directors in the meeting that everyone's been rewatching, the October 12th, the 7% that those staff received, was that above and beyond the 4% state raise? Is that equivalent to the option 2 that you've brought tonight? Do you know?
The option 2 that was brought tonight actually gives a higher percentage to those classified employees.
So it gives an 11% raise. But can you? Okay. So the question is, do we know with certainty that the coordinators, directors, the 7% that we approved because the Hill study was way too high for coordinators, directors on up, for that group of employees, was that a 7% or was that a 7% plus the state 4% of 11?
The calculations that I was part of was that 7% was going to be locally most likely funded. The perception of the 4 plus 7 is kind of a unique idea. The state does offer a 4% suggestion for.
I think I want to clarify the question first. Board Member Byer, are you asking, was there an additional amount above the 7% paid to any on the coordinator level or above? I want to make sure I'm understanding your question.
Yeah, so there's so much confusion and angst about how messed up this is and how unfair it feels. And people are looking for guide stones, right? So there's a lot of talk that the state gave me a raise of 4%. So if DPS has me at that in this new green box thing, then you're not even giving me a raise out of local money. You're just giving me what the state gave me. All right, wait. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud. And so one guidepost that people have been looking at is going back to that meeting where you all said and brought coordinators, directors, Hill recommendations were way too high. So we're coming up with 7. And I remember going, where'd you pick the number? I don't feel like I got a great answer, but we moved on from there. So yes, I am trying to understand in option 2, whether that is, I actually am trying to understand the coordinators and directors. Did we give them 7%? Did we give them 11? And then if we gave them 7 inclusive of the 4 from the state, then at least option 2 feels more generous in, as an option, as a placeholder, as we consider these options going forward.
Those administrator salaries were a flat 7 inclusive of state and local. There was nothing above the 7%.
Thank you.
Ms. Chavez, did you finish your comments? I just want to make sure she was. I'm gonna come to you. Ms. Chavez? Okay, there she is.
That finished my comments for now. But I wanted to, well, actually, no, I have one more comment. And then I wanted to hear what other board members thought about this, or just how you all are thinking about moving forward. I think that what I'm hearing from many people, from teachers, from staff, from parents, from DAE specifically, is that there is a desire for collaboration and communication about our plans moving forward. And I do realize that the options were posted on Wednesday. People haven't had a lot of time to digest them or ask a lot of questions. And I'm feeling like this is a time to build community accountability. And that's part of the reason why I'm interested right now in the possibility of buying us a little bit more time. I know it may seem like February, shortest month of the year, it's gonna go quickly, and it will, but I do feel like we could have some more conversations this month to get us with more information, and to get us kind of in a better place to make an educated, more solid decision that is also fiscally responsible for March through June. And we are in a very difficult place, again, just with what we have, what people feel that they have been promised and now are losing. And I think I'm concerned that we are losing staff, that they're quitting and or thinking about it. And so that's sort of where my line of thinking is and how I got here, and why I'm asking the question. But I would love to hear what other people think. Thanks.
I actually have Miss Ojeda. Did you have anything to add to the comments before?
I just think state allotments can be complicated, and that the 4% that people hear is not exactly what they think it is, especially as it applies to how salaries are split out and how they're covered. So I'd love to have some more in-depth conversation offline, or online, but just to prepare some information and get that to you all so that you truly understand that there's not a guaranteed 4% for every employee and then a 7% that we add to it, that it's a guide given to us by the state and we're funded, but there's still a lot of variables within that as to whether or not it's position allotment or dollar allotment and that such. So I just don't want you to think that it's an even split. And if I've got 100 employees here, 4% of it is automatically covered by the state. So just for transparency, I'd love to get some additional information to you.
Thank you. Ms. Carter-Austin, I know, will you have a follow-up question for Ms. Chavez or? All right, go ahead. Just trying to.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. I think that's going to be really critical as we move forward. And it's part of why, like, that type of information, it feels like just one piece of what we're still missing. Like, I feel like this is deja vu a little bit, like we're being asked to make a really big decision without enough information to make that decision. And I don't want to, I've personally, I'll only speak for myself, I felt pushed in October and I really don't want to feel that way again. I feel like we need clarity on our finances, as my colleagues have stated. And we anticipate we're gonna have more of this once we have our comptroller on board. We also need to know, as we talked about earlier, what aspects of the Hill study we have confidence in and what aspects are recommended by our experts here in HR, whether we need like a new add-on salary study to supplement what we know from Hill, to figure out what we really want to do and get to the heart of what we intended, like to honor years of service, to also honor dedication to DPS, right? To make sure we have folks that have an ability to get a raise every year and to lift up our lowest paid workers and make things more equitable. And also to consider recruitment and retention even more than ever as we do this. So anyhow, I just need more information before I make major changes. So I'm kind of leaning in the direction of my colleague, Board Member Chavez, to keep things as they are for now, because I also hear that Ms. Ojijo is stretched thin with her team. So if we ask her to plug in whole new numbers for February and then entirely new numbers for March, that doesn't feel good either. So it feels more consistent to keep what we have for now, have more information and make a decision moving forward that is just more informed and where we're able to be more fiscally responsible, but also attentive to the needs of our staff and respect the value that we give our staff.
I just want to jump in here. We've had a lot of like rich discussion today. It's reminding me of like there's so many lessons learned from this experience that all of us, I think, need to learn what actions we're going to take next and how we're going to move forward. Like we did the salary study in the traditional way that public schools do. We had it presented at our meeting and we didn't, we had public comment and we voted on a thing, right, at some point. And I think that like we're learning that that process does not inclusive enough of the employees and the staff and the community who want to be a part of it, right? But in the back of my head, I'm remembering that like the first is when rent is due, groceries are due, and people are on the other end of this decision, or people are like trying to plan for their life, right? Like we have kind of in this debacle, I don't even know the right word for it. People have been yo-yoed a little bit back and forth. And so while I think like I want community input, I want a deeper study, I want a new study, I want us to sit and wrestle with all the complexities of this decision, but I also want our staff to know how they're gonna get paid for the rest of the year. Like I want them to be able to make those decisions. And so I just like, we've been wrestling with this for all this week, and I hear the desire to want to do something for February and then not sure about March. But I also think there's an option where you make a decision today. We do the work. We can ask for a budget increase from the county. We can also think about what in our own budget can work, and we can make changes moving forward. But I think to leave, Bettina says today, to leave today and not give some clarity to our employees about how they can plan their lives, which they were so clear about that the January decision did not give them enough time to plan their lives. This to me doesn't feel like the responsible place for us to be. And so I know it's tough. I know we want more information. I'll just speak again for myself. I know that the 22-23 salary study with the 11% raise is not great, but it feels like it resets the game for us to do the work that we want to do. And I know again, it's not where we want to be, but it gives us the opportunity for people, and it honors years of service. It gives us opportunity to do the work to get to the raises that we desire, that our budget can sustain, and we can do the work to move forward. And I've wrestled with this decision all week, but I think to me, the clearest thing to do is be clear with our employees about what we can do and make sure that we develop a new plan moving forward that could shift, right? To go up at some point. But I just think that is where the tension I'm sitting with. So I think it honors years of service. We can also give folks an opportunity to have a raise, and we continue to do the work to figure out where we want people to be moving forward, which could change in June, July, if we do that work, right? And so that's what I'm just want to be clear about where I'm sitting at today. Is there any, Ms. Rogers?
So I had a clarifying question about what Ms. Chavez and Ms. Carter-Otten were speaking about. right now, the salaries that are entered into the system are set at, we made some exceptions for January. So the steps that are in the system right now are based on, and salary. So when you go to run payroll, what do you need to do to run payroll? And if we make an adjustment tonight for February, would you then be required to go back and make another adjustment? How would we handle it? How would you handle that work? Would it double your work?
The timing of last month's decision was after payroll had already halfway come through. So it required us to do some special adjustments to get it in. So currently the master file is sitting with the Hill group with legacy steps that was paid to employees in November and December because we were not able to update the master file. That's kind of one of the things that we need to decide to do based on your decision is what are we putting in the system? So currently it sits as it was when we made the adjustments in October, November, December, and we're waiting to know what steps and what rates to put in now.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis?
All right. I remember the Hill saying that they gave us recommendations based on what our district could afford. And as we are considering another formula, is it as simple as just adding years of experience onto what the Hill already said? Or do the numbers need to be run so that we can know what we can afford?
We can take our existing information and be able to make changes from there. So if I'm understanding you correctly, there's no like revalidation or anything like that that employees would have to do for their experience in order for us to make adjustments.
But do we know what that number is?
Well, we have longevity years. When you take the longevity years and you take their step and you subtract those, in some cases in talking to employees, as we've been meeting, we can make those adjustments. And so for the majority of our employees, I would say yes. In our individualized meetings, we have had individual circumstances that adjustments need to be made, but those are the minority, not the majority.
Okay. So I'm going to just address a couple of things that I've heard from our public comment. Although we don't respond to public comment, I just want to affirm commitments. The belief that if salary steps are taken away, that we will never get them back. I am committed to making real meaning of your steps and compensation. As Ms. Byers said, we will give you transparency as we have an independent study, an independent audit, and comptroller to give us an accurate financial assessment. We cannot make decisions that are not fiscally sound. Their error does not devalue our worth. You are worthy beyond your compensation. This work that you are doing is truly a calling. Thank you for answering the call. I see you. A true living wage, compression, fair market wage is what I am willing to continue to work towards. This board is continuing to work towards with honesty and integrity. You should not be jerked around. That is not our intent. Thank you for your solutions. As I've talked with different classified staff and heard you in solutions that you were sharing tonight, thank you. It is a consideration. Indeed. What does it look like to do it this way? What does it look like to do it that way? Again, for me to make a decision, I have to be certain on where our finances are and what we can sustain. The January 25th board meeting with a presentation that requested $4.5 million to be moved from the fund balance or reserves to cover the errors from the issues from the classification study. I already knew what our fund balance was based on what was said in previous conversations. And I felt comfortable to make it right with that adjustment in the motion that was passed. And as I said last week, and I'll say it again, the 4.5 million was a one-time expense to cover some of our local expenses associated with the implementation of the local classified study salary. So for me, the option 2, based on the questions I was asking and what I've heard from this board and where our finances may be, the option 2 undoes the compression, the market rate for reclassification, and the differential pay that's been important to us. Also, option 2 offers a cost or expense that we cannot be certain that our finance department until we get the feedback from our comptroller in an audit. The option 1 is based on the 10.8 million that was requested from our Board of County Commissioners that was approved. We need more time for our comptroller to give us an accurate assessment of our finances. You are more than your compensation. We are committed to a solution with a new board-approved scale based on payroll staffing to revert to option 2 and the manual entries is a lot to ask, but we'll make it happen if we need to. But truly centering on what can we afford. For now, just for now, I would say that we have to keep what was presented to us in January 2023 and present it in our budget request to the Board of County Commissioners. We have no control over taxation as a school board, and we have to work with what we have. It doesn't seem fair, but this is where we are, and we are holding those accountable that put us here. Our board passed a budget, and it was not implemented according to what we were told. That's why I've made the decisions I've made.
Ms. Lewis, did you have a motion in there?
I was just gonna, thank you for all of that and framing that in context. The other thing that helps me and that I want to make sure that you all hear is we are right up to budget season. This is when we start planning for next year. And I agree with Chair Umstead that as we get comptroller in and as we get more clarity, anything that we can find, our first and foremost priority is our impacted staff. And we will be in budget conversations with the county in the next 2 months. And I hope that we will accelerate. I hope we will use what is good of the compensation study that we have, go back in and have focus groups with the impacted employees as quickly as possible, and work with an independent financial consultant to actually get us a better one for next year and moving forward. And if we're able to find funding before then that will happen. But I talked too much. I would move approval of option 2. Can I clarify? Sorry. Through when?
So we have a motion on the floor. Let's see if it gets a second, and then Jessica, I'll come back to you for discussion. I'll second that. So it's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by myself. Jessica, you have a discussion? Sorry, can we put option 2 back on the screen? Ms. Carter-Alton.
That might answer my question. I just can't remember if it was on the slide or not.
You can go ahead and ask it. I just wanted to get the motion.
The question was, we've talked about we've talked about wanting to quickly look at things again and maybe make adjustments. So I'm just wondering if we were to agree to option 2, we're agreeing to option 2 through when?
I mean, I think when implement a salary study, it is until we are able to, or excuse me, when we implement a salary schedule, it's until we're able to create a new schedule, find the funding to support that schedule. So for now, that is until we are able to do our work, to do a new study, get a new schedule, and approve a new schedule. Is there any other discussion? Is there any other discussion from the board members?
I'll just call the question. One more thing. I understand the hesitancy around the budget. I do, because we don't have all the information we need.
Can you get this a little-
This piece just feels like we need to clean up the mess, but we are also responsible for the mess. I just feel like we got to figure out how to make this work.
I think, Ms. Carter, I don't disagree with you. In the meantime, while we figure out how to clean up the mess, I want people to be able to plan for their life. I just want to be honest about that part. And that feels really important to me, for people to be able to like plan for what we do. I think we can talk about, we have been clear about, we want a more transparent process, that we wanted input from folks. We need to do, if I could have if we can put this salary and schedule and fast forward on that work. Let's get started today. We have a budget that we need to add. We have a budget request that needs to. So let's be clear that we have a lot of work that we need to do. And salaries, that ma'am,
Order,
we have to
please.
continue
We
to do
hear
our
you.
meeting. So if we continue to have, the comptroller is a coming up agenda item, so we'll be able to talk more about that. But I think in order for us, we have to do the work. Like, we can't just create a schedule. And so in order for people to be able to plan, I think it's important for us to make a decision, and then we can do the work. We have a budget coming up to our county commissioners this year, right? That process starts soon. We can decide if we can want to develop a timeline that we could think about doing something sooner rather than later. But we have to be honest about the work. And that work also includes figuring out where savings are in our current budget. If we're able to look at our current budget and find savings, we can consider what will we do with a new salary schedule moving forward. That's what I'm proposing.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
So the question's been called. I'm going to start with Ms. Chavez. We have to do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez?
No,
Ms. Chavez, can you state your name?
sorry.
Ms.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote no.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
No.
Ms. Valladares?
We can meet every week, every single week to solve this. Oh, no, we can vote next week.
Ms. Valladares, what was your answer?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
I'm not confident that we know where we are financially to do 11% across without the exact numbers. I vote no.
Ms. Carter-Alton?
No.
So I vote aye, so that the motion fails 5-2.
I move that we adopt option 1 based on the budget and salary study we were given back in January 2023, and we know that our budget can afford it.
So it's been moved by Ms. Lewis to go with option 1. Is that correct, Ms. Lewis? Is there a second? So with no second, that motion can't carry. Is there any other motion or discussion about what to do? How do we proceed moving forward?
So,
I'd like to make a motion.
Zoe, I have a question before that. We've talked about payroll running and the timeliness of that. Is there any possibilities when we meet next Thursday to have further information and push that deadline back at all, or is that just impossible?
Next Thursday is the 8th. I think that payroll can work with that. I think that's something that we should be able to, we'll work with the programmers and see what we can get in place ahead of time. And I think next Thursday is a viable option.
Could we meet earlier than 5:30 then, if we're gonna look at next Thursday, to make that a viable option so they have the rest of Thursday to work and going into Friday?
I don't know if we can figure out meeting times. We don't do that very well, but I would move that we table this discussion for tonight.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers that we would table this discussion until when?
I said for tonight, so,
For-
yeah,
When would you like to resume the discussion, please?
the 8th.
It's been moved that we table this discussion for tonight and resume it on the 8th. It's been seconded by Ms. Rogers. Any other discussion from the board?
Friendly amendment that we move the meeting to 9 a.m.
I think let's,
Second.
Yeah. I think we should have a meeting at a time that folks can be here. I understand the need, for wanting, I understand the need for wanting to have a decision so that payroll can get started on the 8th. I think that's an important thing to honor our folks who are gonna work really hard to make sure that this can come into fruition, but that's really important. But I also think we know we have community who's very interested in being here. So the motion, sorry, you did offer that, excuse me, you did ask for a friendly amendment, but I guess that's up to Ms.
Sorry, I'd rather not accept that friendly amendment.
That's okay. All right, so Ms. Rogers made a movement that we table the discussion and wait until Thursday, February 8th. Sorry, Ms. Byer made that motion. Ms. Rogers seconded that. We'll do a voice vote. I'm gonna start with Ms. Chavez.
I vote aye.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
No.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
We can't keep kicking the can down the road. I vote no.
Ms. Carter Autumn?
Sorry, to clarify. This is whether we are waiting to resume this discussion next week.
Yes, on February 8th at our board meeting.
Aye.
And I vote no. So that motion does carry though, 4-3. And so that means we would table this discussion and pick it up next week. I just want to be expressly clear with our board that people have to plan for their finances. And we have to Bettina believes we have to make a decision next week so that people can plan for their lives. Like that is vital. And that's really important.
What is the direction of administration? If we're waiting till next week, what information do we need to make a decision next week?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question, Ms. Lewis. If there are questions that board members have for administration to be able to get the information that you need to be ready next week, I would ask that we send that to them as soon as possible so that administration can be prepared for the conversation on February 8th. If there's any direction that we would like to give tonight around what we would like to see on February 8th, I think that's also great as well. so we can be clear about what we're moving into.
I will have plenty more information I'll be requesting, but one piece that's important to me is if we are going to be trying to use money that we didn't originally allocate for salaries, where's it coming from and what is the cost of that? Meaning, what are we saying no to when we say yes to this?
Any other comments from board members?
I don't have any comments about where we are now, but I do want to come back and recognize that Trustee Valladares brought up some points around the investigation. I do want to make a motion because I hear you, and I would assume that the 3 questions you asked would be in the open investigation and report and memo. When we get to it, there's a process in place already for that information, but I would like to make a motion in respect of Trustee Valladares' charge, and that each one of those motions that she captured is shared in the memo that we release after the investigation is closed.
Second.
Let me just clarify, your motion is to make sure that the memo.
The 3 questions that Ms. Valladares posed is in the memo when it's released.
You by memo, you mean the report
The
investigation?
the report investigation that the attorney said will be shared, discussed of what will be released. The 3 questions.
Okay.
I have an amendment to add a timeline, an actual timeline, to that. Yep, friendly
So-
amendment.
So
Let me jump in there. I think it's important, Mr. Malone shared earlier that there's a process in order for us to follow this general statute. And so I think we have made very clear what the requests are, what we want to be public and transparent about, and we've committed to that. And so I think let us figure out how we make sure we do the memo and to follow the general statutes to make sure that we can give the transparency and the clarity to the audience that we want.
And I wasn't asking for the general statutes to be, and that's why I didn't second the motion, because I wanted more clarity about confidentiality with personnel record. The 3 questions was, when did Paula Sor know the first time? The second question was,
When did Dr. Mubenga?
when did Dr. Mabenga know? The third question was, when did the board members know from Dr. Mabenga? Those are the 3 questions that I would like to be included in the memo, and I'm making a motion so that the public is aware that we want to be transparent. We want to have the transparency that you're asking for. So yes, a memo's coming through this open investigation, but those are 3 specific questions that Ms. Valladares posed to us board. So that's my motion, that's been seconded, and call for the question.
Is
Sorry,
there
can you-
time for discussion?
No, not the question, go ahead, discussion, I'm sorry.
Can you clarify your motion one more time for me? I just want to be clear about what we're asking.
I move that we respect Trustee Valladares' charge that each of the 3 questions listed is answered in the memo that's coming through from this open investigation.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. We either need a second to continue.
It's been seconded by Ms. Valladares, but I think it's
I'm
discussion
sorry.
now.
I apologize.
Okay.
So my discussion would be, this board will be 100% transparent with the investigation and the materials that you all deserve. And any implication that anyone would not be, I find troubling. This board will be transparent, honest, and accountable to our community. We will do that in a way that respects the rights of employees as we bring forward information, and there is no conspiracy.
So we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. I am committed to making sure we are as transparent as we need to be, and also want to make sure that we protect personnel information that we have required to do by law. So I want to be clear about the support from want to be transparent in that. So we have a motion, we have a second.
And I
I'm
would
not
say, it's not
sure.
about being conspiracy or anything like that, or that there's a question that will be transparent, what I'm doing is responding to the community who says, we don't trust you, we want transparency, we need accountability. These are things and charges that Ms. Valladares has brought, that she's heard and been truly connected to the community in a way that's important. And I know these things will come out. I want to honor her request in that way, so that the public is clear, the ones who are asking who, what, when, where, that these things are forthcoming.
100%. I'm prepared as a board member to answer any question right now, but I mean, there's no, I'm really concerned that there was a lot of language that tried to sow distrust in this space as we are working forward. And so we are not hiding anything from our community as we lead forward. This is hard leadership. We didn't want this for our employees. We didn't want it for your families. We don't like making impossible decisions on your behalf. So I look forward to bringing full transparency with the lawyers.
I definitely agree that we're going to bring full transparency. That's been made clear tonight several times. So the motion is to honor, so you want to make sure that those items are in the report? I'm sorry, I want to be clear. Maybe we can get Mr. Malone to be clear about what.
And a timeline.
Those items are already in the version that we're putting together, so I don't think
Okay.
there'll be any issues.
So that version is already those items are in the version that the our attorney is working to put together.
And that's why, again, transparency for our community is the motions on the floor. We heard the attorney say it's going to be there. This can be voted up or down. I'll call for the question.
So we'll,
May I
Ms.
make another
Carter
comment
Alton.
or a question? I'm sorry. Just to clarify, can you repeat the exact language that you had said about what you were requesting to put in, the timeline, the date that what was discovered?
Yeah, it included information about who. So for example, I don't send emails to myself, although sometimes, yes, maybe, but who, right? So it brings in not just Paul Lasur, but who did Paul Lasur email? When do we have the evidence that he knew that that was not the number? 10.8, the number that was given to the community, is not the number. And that is very clear. Anybody, even our kids, can tell, ooh, yeah, you didn't do that math right. And where was that person that he emailed? Geographic location matters, because this came up today when somebody said they had medical reasons to work remotely and they have never been given that by their supervisor, and yet they know that there are people who have, been doing work behind the scenes that the community doesn't get to see. So all that needs to be included, and then that goes down the line to Dr. Mubenga. That goes down the line to each and every single one of us.
So
And the third one, the board one, is who did Dr. Mubenga ask or say and communicate this to? What, like the names, when and where? Where was that? And the same thing for all of us.
So to further clarify, sorry, just to make sure I understand what I'm voting on. So the second one is, when did Dr. Mubenga learn that 10.8 was not the number that matched? I think we need to be very clear on what we're asking for there because of the investigation.
Yeah.
Ms. Lewis, sorry, go ahead, Mr. Malone. As your motion is to ensure that that information makes it into the report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Clarity is important for us. And so we want to make sure we understand what that information is. Ms. Carter Alton, you want to know exactly what Ms. Valladares said? Okay, Ms. Valladares, can you repeat that last part one more time?
Okay. I do send emails to myself and messages to myself. Under general statute, I do want that included. And I'm looking for it. Okay.
I just want to, my motion was not about the general statute. I want to be clear, because right now it sounds like we're creating confusion. 3 questions were easy. When did Paula Sor know?
And who did he communicate with?
Who did he communicate with? When did Dr. Mbanga know that there was a trouble in finance? And when did Dr. Mbanga tell the board?
So trouble in finance.
Yes. Those are, and Mr. Malone, I don't know if he was on mic, he said that those are forthcoming. And in honoring Ms. Valladares' request and the 3 motions she made earlier, I just want to get it on record that we're going to have those things in there. It doesn't hurt our investigation. It does not violate personnel.
Well, and then it is according to what the employee answered and what the board member answered. So that is all kind of, that is in the report.
So we would work with our attorneys to make sure that what we release is the information that can be released publicly. But we hear that the motion is the desire to make sure that information is in the report. If I'm clear about your motion, is to make sure that those 3 things you just stated are in the report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. We're gonna do a voice vote. Excuse me. We'll start with Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Ms. Rogers is not.
Sorry, Ms. Valladares.
I vote aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well, so that passes unanimously. With us tabling that discussion until February 8th, the next item on our agenda is the finance comptroller. The board has been as we've learned more about this situation in our finances, is very interested in having a comptroller, someone who would be our eyes and ears in our finance office. We know that we have some great staff members down there, but also want to make sure we have the checks and balances that have been demanded by our community. So board members, any questions or thoughts to share about the comptroller?
But I'm just excited about having the talent, having someone experienced, having someone independent, and having someone that reports to this board. That's very important to all of us in our conversations. And I look forward to the expertise and the information that we will learn that will help us support our students and staff in the coming days. I would move that, and I've lost the name, I've got too many pieces of paper. Mr. Malone,
His name was Kerry Crutchfield.
I move that we appoint Carrie Crutchfield as comptroller to the Durham Board of Education.
I think we need to direct our attorney to work with him.
I would direct our attorney to work with them, to engage them on behalf of the
Correct,
board.
yes,
Sorry.
yeah, we would work with him to do one of your standard service agreements to provide those services for you.
That's what I moved. Thank you, Mr. Malone.
Moved by Ms. Byer. Is there a second?
Before the second, I have the discussion about something else. The
Can-
community said that they don't want anybody affiliated with the HIL group or with DPS. There needs to be a clear non-conflict.
Can we just get a second before we go into discussion? Sorry, I'm happy to hear your point. I just want to make sure we have a motion on the floor.
I
So-
actually want that answered before there's a second, because if he's connected with DPS or the Hill group, then what is that doing for us?
So let's get a second and then let's have that discussion, okay? So it's been moved by Ms. Byer. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Carter Alton. So Ms. Valladares, please.
I want to offer a friendly amendment that we vote on this controller only with the contingency and condition that he is not connected or affiliated with DPS or the HIL group or anybody who has had any hands in this salary study. That is my amendment.
Would that amendment be
Yes, as discussed. Thank you.
So Ms. Byer, it's a motion on the floor, amended, as well as Ms. Carter Alton seconded. Is there any other discussion? I'm sorry, we do not accept questions from the audience. I apologize. I am sorry, we do not accept questions from the audience. Is there any other discussion from board members? All right, Ms. Chavez?
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Mr. Carter Alton. Sorry.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. So we look forward to being able to share more about the information that we get from our comptroller. The next item on our agenda.
Sorry, I would just direct the attorney to work with the administration to terminate any existing contracts with HIL consultants as soon as allowed within the contract documents.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? We'll do a voice vote. Ms. Chavez,
Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers,
Aye.
Ms. Byer,
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. That passed.
I need a vote aye. Aye. Alexander Valladares votes aye.
Did I? I'm so sorry.
Listen, we are low on sleep. We are maxed out. We start meetings early, so please bear with us.
I am so sorry. That was not my intent. The next item on our agenda is, let's take a 5-minute recess. Let's come back. Is that okay? Or do y'all want to? No. Is that okay, board, if we take a 5-minute recess? We have 2 more items left, only 5 minutes. So that means 8:01 when we come back.
Testing.
So we can see her saying testing, but we can't hear her. Hey, testing.
Testing. Testing.
Yeah, it's coming up there, but yeah, it's not coming through on the speaker.
I'm about to, yes. There's one right.
All right, we are back from our recess. The next item on our agenda is an item that was added tonight about meet and confer. I know that that has been discussed by many of our educator association has made that a request that they would like to work with the board to establish a meet and confer process. So this was added to our agenda tonight. I would propose that we begin working with the DAE to decide what the meet and confer process looks like. That we would also collaborate on who is involved in that process. We heard a clear request from parents to also be included in that process. So we would think about how we could be inclusive as we do the meet and confer, but also make sure that DAE is a partner and other workers in our community. We could move as quickly as we would like as a board to start that process to develop and imagine what that would look like in notice meetings, so we'd have full transparency around that. Any questions or other discussion or motion from our board members?
I have a discussion question.
Yes.
Meet and confer is a model that is used in states that don't, and the attorneys can say this, that don't allow collective bargaining. However, it is a process for accountability and better collaboration. I don't think that that's the only thing we need to be worried about, because collaboration is happening. But I think what needs to also happen is creating opportunities for various contexts. And being that Durham is so political and there are many political groups organizing around education, in what way can we welcome the meet and confer model that DA has brought to us and open it up to a cross section of Durham that is not just one political active group that drives memberships and has memberships. I'm just saying memberships are one of the things that I'm concerned about, because there are people who have told me they've had to pay the fees that feel a little heavy for some of our staff as well. But I don't want there to be an implicit message that in order to be at the table with meet and confer, you have to be a part of a group, a politically active group that charges memberships. Unless DA is willing to waive all memberships, then that might be something I'll consider, because then, you don't have to pay to play. But if you have to pay to play, I have an objection to that. And so what I'm saying is, can we come up with an accountability body, the way we've done committees that meet and that have to have minutes of what they do, and make that committee include DAE and others, and not have a particular group that has a membership or charges fees for that?
Thanks you, Ms. Valladares, for that. I think my interest is not to commit to the full, and we need to commit to a conversation to understand, because I think your point is valid, and we want to make sure that we are deeply kind of understanding what we want to develop through this process. And so I think that we could have a commitment to a meeting so that we can develop what this looks like. We do have board policy around ad hoc committees, so we can look at that and understand how that might work with this process and interact with this process as well. But that would be my request from our board tonight, is we commit to a meeting and figure out what we can do moving forward. It's clear that our educators, we hear you. It's clear you want more input into our work. And that is something that we can continue to think about. How do we create more structures for? We know we public comment is not always the place for that input. So how do we create a different structure to hear and listen and engage with our educators? Excuse me, and our community. Yep.
I want to thank members of DAE for bringing this to us. It is clear from some of the public comments tonight and from some of the work that has been done historically here in Durham that most of us already have relationships with the teachers union, and I appreciate the work that the union has done in Durham. I want to make sure that we are following the law and are setting up ourselves for success together. So I make a motion that we start a conversation with DAE around meet and confer, and have our board clerk, Ms. Smith, to send out a doodle poll to schedule such a meeting.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Spire. Is there any other discussion on this item?
Can I call the question? So just for clarity, this is a conversation about meet and confer with only DAE, or are we opening it up to different activists, organizers, people who are all advocating for the same thing to make schools, the Durham Public Schools better? So are we saying only DAE or DAE plus? Because not everybody's a DAE member. And membership is definitely something that I'm thinking stands, there's something about membership drives, and if you track how many people have just joined DAE this month as a result of what you've seen, I mean, you'll see some trends. And I just want to make sure that the community is also having an opportunity to have a conversation about educators. So how about my motion is a conversation with educators from a cross-section of DAE, an amendment. I make an amendment.
Ms. Valladares, can you say your amendment one more time, please?
My amendment is to do a meet and confer conversation. Sorry, let me do this again. I move that we host a conversation with educators from DPS. So you have to work in DPS, who are from a cross-section of different politically active advocacy groups that are all involved in education. But I do think that it needs to be our own employees, our own staff being a part of this committee.
So that was a friendly amendment offered to the motion. Is there additional discussion? I hear you, Ms. Carter-Otten.
I really think it is important that we are expansive about this. And I do think that what we need to remember is the focus on the educators, right? And the value that something like this could bring, which is incredible. It's not just like us letting them into the secrets. It's like there's value to both of us, right? Like shared understanding on each side. We need to hear y'all more, but also it'd be really helpful for y'all to understand some of the challenges that we're facing as we look to make budget decisions. And then there's the added benefit of then when we make these decisions together, we're all responsible for the decisions that are made. So anyhow, I look forward to all of that. What I would say is I appreciate that amendment, but I would say DAE and other educators, or DAE and educators throughout our district, and that's my preference.
Would Ms. Valladares?
What do you think about making sure that they are, because there are a lot of people who have decided their calling is not in the classroom, and their calling is, and hey, that is amazing. If you are an activist and you have already done your years educating kids and you just want to be out, Leandro, 70 million, they owe us. We need you. But my concern is that this is a conversation that is pulling in people from Chicago and other areas around just the organizing portion. And there is a conversation that needs to be localized to this community. What does that look like for Durham? So I want this committee to make sure that it honors educators who are here working with us, and that this is not a politically motivated committee. It is a committee that is here to use political experience, expertise, and other kinds of expertise and talents for the benefit of making this better, making our district better. And so educators that are currently working in DPS from a cross-section of, and you can include DAE plus I know that we have many different folks that are organizing in advocacy.
So yeah, if I want to, let me not clarify what you meant by educators. I assume that you meant all DPS staff. I consider anyone who works in DPS an educator, but I'm not sure what you meant. So when you said DAE and educators, was there, just clarifying what you meant by the and?
I think that we need to think about, I hear what my colleague's saying, like, I don't think we want people that are external to Durham that are part of this. There are members of DAE that are not currently educators though, so that's where
I see, I understand what you're saying. So any meeting that we have with the board is a public meeting. So this would perhaps allow an opportunity for anyone to attend the meeting. And I want to remind us that we're asking for a conversation to start a thing, not to do a thing, but to start something, right? And so how do we can keep it open. We can keep it with our DAE educators as well as members who are not.
Bettina, I just
educators
have,
who are not in DA. Sorry, I was
so
getting
sorry.
confused as I was saying that.
You know, before we go forward, also we heard a request from on tonight about parent teacher advocacy. There's PTAs, there's also school improvement teams. And this conversation and what it impacted and the impacts were felt throughout the entire system, including families. And some were doubly affected because they're not only DPS families, but they're also DPS personnel. They're DPS family doubly, right? Because their kids come here and they also work here. And so I want the parent piece to be included in this meet and confer. And if there's a way to include, again, advocacy from educators, from different cross sections of groups that have been organizing around improving our system.
Yeah. So I believe in order for us to do the work that we want to do, we need everybody at the table. This is about Durham public schools. Like, we need our public school system to thrive. We, the people in this room, we, the parents who are communicating with us, who are sitting at home, the children who are asleep, getting ready to go to school tomorrow, like, all of us need to be collective about what we do moving forward, about the turning point that we need to make to ensure that our schools thrive. And so to me, this conversation is about including those folks at the table. It is members of DAE, it is about our parents, it's about our educators, it's about community members, because we all have a vested interest in our public schools thriving, right? Like, we've talked about that over and over again. Public schools thriving is what makes a community thrive. So, but I would like to see us have this conversation, have DAE and other members of our valued members of our community at the table to develop what we need to do moving forward. I don't know if that's a friendly amendment to what was said, or I'll make a
Second.
new motion to that if that amendment is accepted.
Did you already move
Somebody already made a motion. I can't remember who it was now.
with this amendment, right? With the family, with
So
the
if
PTA. sit-
somebody will accept my amendment, I can't remember who made the motion.
Well, okay. If you haven't made the motion, I'll make the motion to.
There's
to have
already
this
a
amendment.
motion on the floor.
Okay,
though. That's
then
what
I
we get
second.
stuck. So who made the original motion? Sorry, just remind me, y'all.
I made the original motion.
Would you accept my amendment? You can say no, that's fine too.
I want to say no.
You can.
I want to say no because this is particularly to impact employee relationships. This is not to be the other stuff. And we are invited lots of places. I've been to sit team meetings and PTA meetings, and anybody that calls me and asks for a cup of coffee, we show up for. We show up at every meeting every time. We've already agreed to weekly meetings that are open to the public where people can come and give public comment. And then they can follow up with us via email, and we will go to them every single time. So this meet and confer is particularly for educators, all of our staff, and administration, and maybe board members. And I'd like the conversation to start off with the group that brought us the proposal, and then we talk about how we expand the seats at the table so that it's in a very guarded way, and we are getting the outcomes from those conversations that we hope to have.
So there's a motion on the floor.
I
Go
just
ahead.
had a point of clarification here. So I totally hear you, and I agree that there are educators who are involved in PTAs. They're involved in many groups. There are many educators participating in different cross sections of advocacy and organizing. There are many groups organizing. And so I'm fine with it being educators from a cross section of different groups. DAE, we have PTAs that include some of our educators who may not be DAE members. I just do not believe in exclusion and to do a meet and confer only for one particular group. And we're talking about educators. And so can we open that up to have that conversation with folks from different cross-section of political organizing around education in Durham?
So every material I have read on Meet and Confer, the meetings are open. They are open, they are public, so there's no exclusionary,
But yes,
Yes.
I understand what you're saying. But I think what we're asking for tonight is to set a meeting to have a conversation, just to be clear. And in the conversation, we can get to the details of the thing. I do think the meeting needs to be public and everyone needs to be invited to the conversation. And I think the conversation does need to talk about who needs to be at the table. Like, that's the conversation that we need to have. It's kind of like we're having a conversation right now, and we need to like have the conversation with the folks at the table. We need to have multiple people at the table. So there's been a motion on the floor. Can we repeat the motion? Thanks, Ms. Rogers.
Sure. I move that we set up a conversation with the AE leadership. That's an open meeting. Ask our board clerk to send out a doodle poll so we can get that scheduled.
Can you clarify when you said open, do you mean DAE and like DAE plus?
Board meetings are public meetings. It will be a public meeting. DAE and their representatives will come to the table with the documentation of meet and confer. We will have some backup from our attorneys so we can talk about what meet and confer looks like in Durham.
second. Did I second that already?
It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byers. Is there any other discussion from board members? Ms. Lewis, do you have any?
Yeah, is this, when you say that we're gonna have a doodle poll, is it a board meeting with all 7 of us in meet and confer?
So this is set up a conversation.
So is a conversation how? What's the format?
We don't know the format, and I don't know that we need to decide the format tonight. I do think we would do a poll to see how many board members can attend and be up to board members to be able to be there. But I would want to pick a date that most of us could be able to attend if that's your interest.
Yeah, I got you. So yeah, I have a couple of points. So I just want to, for the record, I did not get the meet and confer documents until Thursday evening. I am just getting caught up on what the meet and confer is, so I would appreciate getting documents earlier on, especially if the board is being held accountable for not responding in adequate time. Also, the meet and confer, as you shared, Chair Umstead, this is not different from things we've done before. We've had a zero-based budget committee that actually changed into a budget process advisory board that concluded in 2017-18. This budget process advisory board, it had DAE members such as Brian Prophet, Michelle Burton, board members such as Natalie Beyer, Matt Sears, former board member Frederick Raven, current board member Emily Chavez, along with many educators, people from finance, Alan Reckhow, Steve Unruh, Michelle Burton. So again, this is not beyond what we've done before. To have this, I'm very much open to these conversations. I would like clarity on the structure of what's being asked because I don't want to be held accountable for something that I don't have any awareness of that's happening. And then the last thing, as a point of reference, as far as working with our educators, I just want the record to also reflect that on March 23rd, March 2023, Dr. Mabenga specifically thanked DAE President Michelle Burton for her input, for where we were in our budget process, and also again in October, or actually in January, talking about having worked with working with our teacher associations. So I just want to be clear, we have not worked with our teacher associations, and as we talk about having the different meetings we've had, I believe all of us have met with them, but specifically with the meet and confer, just letting the record reflect, I did not get information until Thursday evening, and I have read up on it. I'm in agreement with it because it's not something that we haven't done before anyway.
I think that's important to note that many of us got this information yesterday. I think we want to have a conversation, And what that looks like, I think what I would like to see is that we can have proposals on the table. We can have the people around the table that need to have the conversation. We can facilitate it in a way that there's equal voice at the table. That's what I would like to see, because I think it's going to take a lot of back and forth to make a decision about to make a decision that will need to come to the full board about what we might want to do. So
I have a point. I want to take a point of personal privilege that will not take but 3 minutes. The first thing is that there are many different ways to organize, and even within a broad membership-driven, politically active group, there are many subsets. There are many leads within DAE, some of whom organize instructional assistants, some of whom organize, when we were trying to bring the custodial staff here inside, there were people who came to DAE and brought that. Deborah Bailey, I remember that Deborah Bailey went to the Human Relations Commission, and she did not go as the president of DAE. She went as Deborah Bailey with 2 other folks, and they spoke at the HRC, and that's in the minutes because I was actually sitting in the Human Relations Commission at that time. And so I just want us to continue to think and be very intentional about starting this right and not giving preferential treatment to one particular politically active membership-driven group. There are many advocates. Some are grassroots who have been doing work in education, and I have heard these conversations happen over and over, that in Durham, politics rules everything. There's politics about every single aspect of life, and education does not have a monopoly. And because it does not have a monopoly, and because there are many people who have been doing work for years, even some of whom might have joined DAE this year, but that work that they've been doing for years needs to be honored, and they need to be at the table so that there is representation from a cross-section of different advocates, including instructional assistants, including folks who have been in the custodial department who already lead their own efforts, but may be a part of DAE. So it is an and, it is not an or. It is, you can be a DAE member, sorry, it is an and to add a plus to that. So it's not just DAE, because there are other people who might share membership with DAE or not, and I don't want them to be excluded as well. So we have to start this right from the right foot, making sure that it is educators advocating along the lines of education here in Durham Public Schools, and it is not preferential treatment to a membership-driven organization that has been politically active and done great things, but they're one of the shows in town.
So we are asking, we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Can you repeat your motion? I'm sorry, Ms. Ryder. I think it changes sometimes after you say it. So if you can repeat it one more time so we can be clear about where we are.
My motion is for doodle poll to go out to the board.
You really are changing your motion every time. It's okay though.
I'm sorry. Well, for us to set up a conversation about what meet and confer looks like for Durham, specifically with DAE at the table, sent out by our clerk.
All right.
Point of clarification, sorry. Can you define what meet and confer? It is, it says it is an alternative to legal negotiating. So legal negotiating should include a cross section. And I just want to clarify, you're saying only DAE or you're saying DAE plus?
Call the question.
Ms. Valladares, I think we want to have a conversation. So we're not going to make any decisions in the meeting, right? It's have a conversations. Whatever is decided has to come back before this full board to be voted on. Like, that's important, right? So we know that that's what we got to do moving forward. Whatever the meeting is, it's a public meeting. So we'll make sure that everyone is invited. I do, in the conversation, want to talk about who needs to be at the table. Like, that's a really important part of the conversation. So we have a motion. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Do we have any other discussion by board members? Ms. Chavez? Hold on. Give her a
I
second.
just want to say that, let's see, okay. I think it's important to start the conversation with DAE because they brought this to us. And I think, I want to say with this week, it's been a long week for pretty much everyone in DPS. As a board member, it was a tough week, and I, in meeting with DAE organizing members last night, I had a better sense of how they came to the decisions that were made around the walkouts, and I did appreciate hearing people's thoughts, perspectives, the questions that they raised. And what I have come away with thus far in my understanding around this meet and confer model, which I still need to learn more about, but I do like the principles of it around transparency and collaboration. I think that I believe in collaboration, and I believe in relationship building. And right now we desperately need to rebuild trust in a variety of ways. And I think, I, like other board members, I think every board member, we invite dialogue with those who seek it with us, and try to, get a lot of different input from the community, so that we can use that in making our decisions. And let's see, I wanna move forward with this motion because I think that this is an interesting model for us to look at and think about how it would expand the conversation. It's a structured way. My understanding is it's a structured way of having input from this organization of educators and possibly others. And I think that would be beneficial to us. I know, in making decisions myself, I'm one person, and I benefit from having more perspectives, more input, more experiences of other people to learn from, and we all do, and we seek them. But this is a structured way to do that. And I think that it's a way of sharing power as well. And I'm interested in doing that in my term. So that's why I, made the motion to add this to the agenda this evening. And I know that people feel very strongly. Obviously, they've spoken about it tonight, and we've received communication about it. I do think more conversation is needed for all of us to really fully understand it. And I know we want to be thoughtful and do our due diligence in getting to a level of understanding before we pass anything. And so I do look forward to the conversation. And I would just say, and I don't know that this needs to be part of the motion, that we look toward doing that. Probably not in this coming week. I think we're going to be dealing with the budget decision, but maybe within the next 2 or 3 weeks, and I don't, not push it off too far. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Ms. Chavez, we're also ready to vote. Would you like to kick us off? Ms. Chavez, you ready to vote?
Yep, we're doing this audio thing, and I missed you saying that.
It's okay.
Emily Chavez, I vote aye.
I'm sorry about that. Ms. Rogers?
Aye.
Ms. Valladares?
Aye.
Ms. Byer?
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton?
Aye.
Ms. Lewis?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. That passes unanimously. We have a personnel action before our next item on the agenda. There's a motion for our personnel action. We want to make sure that we can appoint a new interim CFO.
Move
Um,
approval of the personnel report as presented February 2nd.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Before we go to our next item on the agenda, I just want to remind us of our charge and our work. The night we had a really rich and robust conversations that the community got to see. We're tussling between what feels like impossible solutions to a really challenging problem. And as I came and I was coming here today, I kept reminding myself about this is about Durham Public Schools. This is about our system as a whole. It's about the 32,000 students who will be showing up tomorrow and the over 5,000 employees who will be doing the same. And how do we make sure that as we think through these decisions and as we plan, as we prepare for the week, that we keep them at the center of every single thing that we do? So I think about the people that I know who are waking up at the crack of dawn tomorrow to drive the bus to make sure kids get to school. I think about the students who are going to class to want to make sure. Oh, it's Friday. Sorry. I'm used to it being Thursday, y'all. I'm used to Thursdays. So who going to sleep and they're not gonna wake up tomorrow, but on Monday they'll get on the bus. That they're gonna be working with the OTs and PTs and EC staff, right? All that is essential to the work that we do. And we gotta keep it in the center. Like that's our charge and that's our mission. So as we think about what we need to do getting to Thursday, let's not forget about the students who are counting on us, the employees that are counting on us, the parents who are counting on us, who need our school system to thrive in the future. Like that's our charge. That's our mission. And I want to make sure we're clear about that as we leave this meeting tonight and think about what needs to happen moving forward. All right. The next item on our agenda is a closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda, which include confidential personnel matters, consulting with our attorney.
Move that we go into closed session for the reasons on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer and seconded by Ms. Rogers. Is there any other discussion? We'll start with Ms. Chavez.
This is Emily Chavez, and I vote aye.
Ms. Rogers.
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Byer.
Aye.
Ms. Carter Alton. Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Passes unanimously. We're now in closed session. We're now back in open session, and with that, we are adjourned.